Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SBDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused and sustained coordination among the stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De allí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OEA y de allí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno, y lo dieron todo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo todavía.
La misión continúa trabajando en la implementación de medidas de fomento de la confianza mientras aguarda el resultado del reclamo que está atendiendo la Corte Internacional de Justicia por la disputa marítima, territorial e insular. Nuestra oficina en la zona de adyacencia realiza verificaciones a solicitud de ambos gobiernos, facilita reuniones y patrullajes conjuntos entre las Fuerzas Armadas y promueve una cultura de paz y cooperación entre las comunidades locales.
Children will be children.
and they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo del público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral. Que el cierre de brechas, que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De allí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OEA, y de allí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno, y lo dieron todo que era mano de obra, y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo todavía.
La misión continúa trabajando en la implementación de medidas de fomento de la confianza mientras aguarda el resultado del reclamo que está atendiendo la Corte Internacional de Justicia por la disputa marítima, territorial e insular. Nuestra oficina en la zona de adyacencia realiza verificaciones a solicitud de ambos gobiernos, facilita reuniones y patrullajes conjuntos entre las Fuerzas Armadas y promueve una cultura de paz y cooperación entre las comunidades locales.
Children will be children and they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement quédate en casa, que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
delegaciones conectados habiendo hecho ambas pruebas esta mañana. Antigua y Barbuda.
We have Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Dominica, Ecuador, El Salvador, Grenada, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Nicaragua, Peru, Dominican Republic, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago, Venezuela. The United States is connected. We do have a quorum. The interpreter regrets there may have been one or two countries that I missed because the audio was not great. Thank you, says the chair. Let us kick this off. And a very good morning to you, permanent representatives and alternates, Assistant Secretary General, and other staff of the General Secretariat. Inasmuch as the Secretariat has confirmed that we have a quorum, we declare open this regular session of the Permanent Council, the last in the year. And before I begin, let me express on behalf of my delegation our sincerest condolences to the delegation of the United States, the government and the people of this country for the so many thousands of victims who have been hurt by the devastating tornadoes that have affected the south and central area of the United States the last 11th of December. One of the 27 tornadoes swept through that area, through Kentucky, which was the hardest of the 5 states that were affected, and it was, in fact, by that token, the longest and the hardest tornado that has affected this country. On behalf of this Permanent Council and on behalf of my own delegation, please also accept for Guatemala and its people our condolences for the dozens of Guatemalans that died in the south of Mexico in that very painful truck accident, a bus accident over this week. And also our solidarity to Haiti and our solidarity to the families of the victims after the explosion of the fuel truck that occurred in the south of the country. On behalf of the Permanent Council, let us also very, very energetically condemn the attempts, the attacks that occurred in Cuta in Colombia and the deaths that resulted from that terrorist attack. Our greatest sympathy to the families and our regrets at the loss of life. Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask that the panelists that we have invited to join us today in order to make best use of time to tackle the draft order of business. I would hope that we could adjourn by 1, and I can only do that with your concerted effort and support. Therefore, in accordance with Article 43 of the Rules of Procedure, let me put before you the draft order of business, document CPOD 2356/21. Our draft order of business, which, if without objection, now is adopted, and I thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, last Friday, December 10th, marked the International Day of Human Rights, commemoration of the Human Rights Day, which has been marked all these years, and those especially who have worked tirelessly to promote them. The United Nations has dedicated this to the concept of equality, which is in Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, in which it is stated clearly that all human beings are born equal in rights. And it is in that line that the General Assembly of the Organization of American States adopted just a week ago its complete support for that principle and its commitment to eliminating discrimination in the region, particularly those who live in poverty, children, adolescents, elder persons of indigenous origin, Afro-descendants, immigrants, LGBTI+, women and girls, and other groups that are vulnerable. To them all, we extend our conviction that inequality and discrimination cannot stand in our hemisphere. That resolution of the General Assembly, of course, tracks perfectly the position of the United Nations and the call to the whole of the international community to do what it can to move forward in upholding those truths. Dear friends, as the organization that touts itself in the hemisphere as the premier champion of equality, I call on you to help us eliminate discrimination in the Americas and to begin our celebration of this commemoration of Human Rights Day. What better to invite than to invite Commissioner Michelle Bachelet, United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. You have the floor, Madam. Your Excellencies, it is a great pleasure to be with you in the framework of this day to commemorate human rights. The nearly 2 years of struggling with the pandemic has shown us racism, structural discrimination, and numbers of other inequalities that has made fighting the pandemic even more difficult. And if we don't take major steps against it, it will be even worse. We know that in 2020, ECLAC showed us that poverty and extreme poverty increased by 5% and 33.7% respectively during that same period. We know that the drop of 7.7% in the Latin American region, and unemployed went to 44%. One of the reports of the United Nations has shown that 13.8 million more people are suffering hunger in Latin America and the Caribbean. We also know that the pandemic has weighed heavily on rights and the expression of people's votes. We know that Latin America and the Caribbean are no exception to that rule. The crisis has had a very great and disproportionate crisis on women, on workers. We know, too, that Afro-descendants and indigenous peoples, which were already amongst the most affected by structural, economic, and political inequalities in the region, not to mention environmental, are even worse off today. 58 million people that represent the indigenous peoples and 134 million Afro-descendants in the region did not have the means to face the pandemic as best as they could have been. A lot of them didn't have drinking water. They didn't have basic sanitation. In so many cases, Excellencies, let's be clear, inequalities don't just fall from heaven. They flow from political decisions. They're not a fact of life. We can change them. We need to opt for a clear way forward out of this complex crisis to achieve a resilient and sustainable position. That can only happen if we uphold the human rights principles that we hold dear. A life of dignity and rights for people on the planet must be upheld. We know that the teams of the United Nations and the countries to adopt the crisis as best as possible is necessary, particularly in terms of economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights, the DESCAs. We have supported human rights within a context of economic debate, considering the need to better handle the austerity measures that many countries are considering, and looking at social spending. We're looking at economic measures and their effect on states like Barbados and El Salvador, health, social protection, and work being important areas. A social contract needs to happen to rebuild. This will mean that there has to be a contribution by all on behalf of all the most affected. A series of measures in the region have had the effect to close a space in which civil society can properly act in the economic and social spheres. It means that there is willy-nilly a infringement of freedom and of rights, of freedom of association, freedom of speech. We need to be sure that people who are afraid to speak out no longer feel that way. In this region, we must also understand that the environmental crisis is undeniable. We know that there are so many lives that are threatened and structural inequalities will worsen. As in the case of COVID-19 itself, there are many, especially those who are already vulnerable, who are even more so. The World Bank has said patently that if 17 million people in Latin America, in the absence of necessary measures to offset climate change, will be much more so off. The combined consequences of climate change and environmental change and the untenable levels of poverty and economic inequality makes it the Americas are facing a new emergency, a historic increase also of migrants towards the north. I urge the countries involved to take the necessary measures. And when people go back home, the principles of solidarity, dignity, and the principle of non-refoulement should be sacrosanct. The rights of migrants are human rights, quite aside from their particular circumstances. They are in increased vulnerability. In the Americas, we are following very closely communications with the Specialized Agency of the United Nations on Human Rights, and for migrants in particularly, we are looking very closely at those entities in the different countries that deal with this, including civil society organizations. And it is important that the R4B to help Venezuelan migrants, amongst others, is essential to be upheld. We have offered analyses on various different measures. Human rights offer tools to tackle this pandemic and so many other difficulties. I am very deeply pleased that your Permanent Council has sought to mark this day and have a special session to deal with human rights and climate change. Very pleased also that protection of the environment and defending the human rights workers throughout Latin America is very much on the top of your agenda. Do march forward in that regard, as well as in protecting the environment. On the 9th and 10th December, the United Nations Human Rights Commission looked at these matters and sought a more effective means to boost the complementarity of our systems and to assist those who work in the field. Cooperation is essential, but we must continue to think of the primordial end, which is to promote and protect the human rights of these persons. Excellencies, we must be liberal in this regard. The pandemic has worsened inequalities, it has worsened our climate change, but it has shown also solidarity and strength in the international community. Let us take this as an opportunity to strengthen the human rights of all involved so that all societies may be more resilient. We must work to assist each other through an open and transparent dialogue. That is a priority. My commitment is to support you in your efforts as states and as coalitions of states to uphold human rights through technical support and through any other means by which we can move forward together. I urge you then in this region to take up the new cudgels of further progress of human rights in the world and to work on the 4 pillars of the OAS: democracy, security, development, and human rights. Let me also strongly urge you to show solidarity within each of your societies and within the United Nations itself, which is certainly an important forum. This is an initiative that the Secretary General is pushing at the OAS to promote human development, inclusion, and economic progress. As our common agenda states, and I'm going to cite, now is the time to embrace universal solidarity and the means by which we can move forward together. This is the only way to go. The next steps are urgent, and we must take them with confidence and solidarity. The time has come to reduce the gaps, to make for justice. We hope very much to continue working very closely with you, dear friends, in that endeavor. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you, Delegation of Chile, for proposing and fostering the presence of Commissioner Michelle Bachelet, United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. I thank her, and I appreciate the comments. Let me now turn to Commissioner Antonia Urrejola Noguera, President of the Inter-American on Human Rights. Welcome, and I offer you the floor. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, Ambassador Fiallo, Assistant Secretary General Nestor Mendez, representatives, assistants. It is a great honor for me to be with you and to do so in my capacity as President of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights on this very special day that marks the International Day on Human Rights, the more so, since on this panel there are two women here who are defending human rights, and our very professional trajectory and lives shows, I believe, a way forward for so many other women who, like us, believes in this struggle. This is a continent in which deaths through COVID-19 are now above 1 million persons. And we know then that the pandemic has led to greater poverty, to inequality. All of this is grievous. As the Commissioner said, we must work together more than ever in order to be sure that in the development of public policy, there is solidarity and a respect for human rights. That is why it is so critical that an event such as this, so eminently political as this particular organ is, together with the High Commissioner of United Nations on Human Rights and Judge Elizabeth Odio Benito, President of the Inter-American Court on Human Rights, we speak together as one because we can offer the reality of the situation of more than half of the world. We also underscore the importance of access to women to decision-making spheres. We must face these new challenges in a coordinated way, inspired as we are by solidarity and international cooperation, hand in hand with the organizations of civil society, and most especially the victims. Amongst the most important effects of the pandemic, I'd like to point out that women and girls face additional challenges. Why? Because of historic exclusion that remains rampant in the Americas. They are the ones who, for the most part, do all the work at home, aside from working outside of home. They are the first to bear the brunt of isolation or semi-isolation. They, too, are at greatest risk, girls and adolescents, that because of dropping their studies and giving up and simply trying to find a job, member states can assist in buffering some of those evils by implementing public policies that are gender sensitive. And let us not forget the intensification of physical, sexual, and psychological violence against women. The Commission is very, very attentive to the numbers of women that have been assassinated in the region as a result of the pandemic. We have seen the increase in emergencies of this type, very much aggravated by the isolation that, of course, has unfortunately made the gender liability even greater. We understand also the importance of remembering the indigenous peoples in this context who face enormous risks for their very survival. We know that illegal mining and so many other usurping of their ancestral lands is an ongoing danger, not least because of armed groups and organized crime that affects them. The closing of borders has also been a problem. We know that there has been an increase in human rights and in human trafficking. I must also, of course, mention the enormous challenge that climate change represents. This is not something new. We know it's been coming. and the disastrous consequences of our ongoing inattention to this is here for all to see. We must, together with our multilateral bodies, attack these evils urgently. We must work with civil society and, of course, with the private sector, all of which have a fundamental role to play in protecting human rights in this particular context. There are numerous other elements that I would like to reach, but for lack of time, I can't do that. Just in general, let me say that there are a number of particular planks of exclusion that are palpable in our public policy, in health, in discrimination, in an exclusion of particular groups or collectivities. It's important that states take a hard look at this and take a better look at how their public policies can be made less discriminatory. Take direct and not indirect measures to that end. Ensure that xenophobia, intolerance, and a minimizing of the rights of persons are not tolerated. The impact of society's discourse is not gone overnight. They will probably survive the pandemic, and we can't let that happen. Can't let that be yet a new source of inequity and injustice. The Commission has recognized that in the pandemic, discrimination, poverty, inequality, the structural weakness of health and education has worsened. These are the weaknesses that have been with us for a long time, but that have grown deeper. And it's important that we see these for what they are, as further sources of social, economic, and institutional tension that must be fought more effectively. Things have gotten worse in these areas since the beginning of the pandemic. People are ever more weak in their means to fight a violation of their respective human rights. Difficulties have become more entrenched. We know that public policies in various areas have been put off when they were well-intended, and material and financial resources that were available to that end are not being spent in many of the member states. Now, bearing in mind that there is no certainty as to exactly when the pandemic will end, it is critical that we pay a close eye to the advance of science and the changing situation in that regard. International cooperation and an exchange of best practices is essential, a fundamental element for any strategy that has a hope of being successful. The Commission is working in that regard. We work hard with societies in order to try to face this emergency in a better position. But we can't do it alone. No one can. We have to do it together. And the inter-American system and the universal system itself have to work hand in hand so to do. The strength of the rule of law is an essential bedrock for all of these measures to ensure the ongoing respect for human rights, the independence of public powers and institutions, and the fundamental role that must be played in that regard. Now, Chair, on this important day celebrating and commemorating human rights, let me take the opportunity to bid farewell. My mandate ends on the 31st of December, and this then will be my last address to the Permanent Council. Let me remember a warning that Anne Applebaum pointed out in her recent book, The Sunset of Democracy, where she points out that this is not an inevitability, that it is essential to fight it for democracy to survive. This will hinge on the decisions we take, on how clearly we look at the importance and the erosion of democratic rights of certain regimes that are seeking to precisely erode democracy. Regimes that act in a way that constitutes a flagrant violation of the obligation that many states have taken to ensure that there is a total and unrestricted respect for human rights in each of their citizens. The Democratic Charter speaks to this. A number of things have happened that can bring us better together, digital connectivity, etc., government, etc., but we need to move against lack of support to these. I'm very sure that against this innumerable list of concerns and challenges, the Commission will maintain its vigilance to ensure that any attack on the dignity of persons will be noted. They will speak the truth as they see it. They will not give up dialoguing and working together with the system, the states, the organizations, the civil society organizations, and above all, the victims. For my part, you may be sure that I will continue to lift high the commitment that these states espoused in 1948 when human rights were seen to be inalienable without distinction of any type. I will continue to speak out with courage for the defense of human rights in this hemisphere, and I am honored to be a part of this particular commemoration. I will continue looking for spaces, seeing the chance to speak up and to support the victims and to work for their restoration in any place and anywhere that silence needs to be called out and the truth be heard. Thank you.
A continuación tengo el honor de saludar y darle la más cordial bienvenida.
Now I would like to welcome the President of the Inter-American Human Rights Court, Judge Elizabeth Olio Benito. I don't see her connected, Mr. Chairman, at this time. I don't see her on the list. Let's give her just a moment and let's see if we can't contact her. We're trying to call her, Mr. Chairman. She isn't answering, Mr. Chairman. Very well. Let's continue then. I offer the floor to any delegation who would like to take the floor, and I would prevail upon you respectfully to be brief in your remarks. The Chilean delegation has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Assistant Secretary General, High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, Commissioner Urrejola, President of the Inter-American Human Rights Commission. I greet the ambassadors, permanent representatives, alternates. It falls to me to make this remark on behalf of the government of Chile on the celebration of a very important day, such as is the Day of International Day of Human Rights. I would like to thank the Chair of the Permanent Council for putting this item on today's agenda. We take note of those presentations made by the panelists and those who have yet to speak. Today, three panelists are women who have fought tirelessly in defense of human rights, two of whom are Chilean. The story of human rights has not been a story of victories, but of sustained progress. And we've seen that rights have not always been respected, they have been violated, and that's why it's very important for us to always be alert, aware, and active of that reality, and bring to bear all those instruments that make it possible for us to uphold the respect of human rights for everyone, at all times, under all circumstances. To this effect, I would like to reassert today that Chile has a solid human rights set of solid human rights institutions. We have independent autonomous bodies, the Ombudsman's Office, and a group that defends children. We have to do more than have those institutions protect human rights. We have to have a culture of protecting human rights in each one of our countries, as said by San Pedro. The story shows us that every time we drop our guard, painful human rights violations happen again. I would like to remind you that in 2021, 10 years after the creation of the National Human Rights Institute, a public and autonomous institution that plays a fundamental role, tirelessly working with the Ombudsman of Children, made it possible for us in our country to be more capable of meting out punishment for any human rights violation. I was a part of the legislative debate that created this state entity, and I am proud to be here and celebrating a decade of that progress. I would also like to tell this Permanent Council that Chile has created the Technical Human Rights Committee that the public ministry takes part in, as well as the judiciary, the Human Rights Institute, and the Ombudsman's Office on Children, and other bodies. It seeks to focus on four things: to look at how the use of force by law enforcement is regulated, establishing protocols which were established in 2012 and revised in March of this year. And we took public comment from many organizations that are devoted to the defense of human rights. Second, to strengthen human rights protections of those deprived of liberty. 3, to offer advice to the armed forces and law enforcement for them to also look at their training procedures to ensure that they be compatible with respect for human rights. 4, to review the very worthwhile recommendations made by human rights organizations to our country, given that promoting and protecting human rights is a ongoing effort. And so my country, December 10th, the Day of Human Rights, enacted the law of equal marriage, so that all couples who want to get married can do so and have a family with legal protection and dignity that they deserve. This is a concrete progress to protect human rights for all of the inhabitants of my country. We renew our firm commitment that Chile has to promote and protect human rights with truth and justice. There cannot be impunity for those people who committed serious human rights violations. I conclude reiterating that human rights come before, predated the state. It's not that the state has the option, but rather the obligation to do everything in its power to prevent, to protect, to promote, that is, to promote human rights, to avoid violations of human rights. That's what President Piñera has committed to, and it is our joint commitment. Thank you, Ambassador. The delegation of Ecuador is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We celebrate a very important milestone in the hemisphere. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights was made in 1943, and the rights and duties of men, which are far-reaching documents humanizing international human rights law, recognizing human beings as subjects of law, and the International Human Rights Pacts and their ensuing protocols, which make up the International Charter of Human Rights, followed by a host of instruments to protect migrants, women, those with disabilities. Different specific topics were taken up by the creation of commissions and recognizing the indivisibility of economic, cultural, social, and environmental rights. Third generation rights were added for development and the environment in the Plan of Action of Vienna. The interpreter regrets to say that the quality of the sound coming from Ecuador does not lend itself to interpretation. I will do what I can. A number of activities have been carried out, and we do so with conviction. This is an urgent task that can't put off, given that human rights violators persist in their violations. There are legally binding instruments under the UN system, and ours became the 5th country to ratify commissions, that is, conventions on human rights, 9 of which exist and their protocols. The interpreter doesn't want to guess. The sound does not lend itself to interpretation. We congratulate ourselves for the progress made 73 years on, but full enjoyment of human rights and the promotion and protection of human rights are daily activities that call upon us to keep up this effort to eradicate poverty, to protect girls and boys and other constituencies. This is part and parcel of democracy. Human rights are pillars of public policy that includes all generations. Our Constitution was one of the first in the world to incorporate rights of this type. We seek, under the current president, to not only defend and promote human rights, to ensure their compliance, to strengthen them, as on the Day of Human Rights, our president has said, making a call to uphold human rights and liberties. Our government does work to ensure dignified lives to defend human rights. That is a commitment of our country. At the beginning of this month, a visit was made by the Commission to look into our prison system. This is a problem that doesn't only affect our country, but is worldwide. Sound continues to be deficient for interpretation purposes. A microphone would solve that problem. Interpretation will resume when sound is clear. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ambassador. I give the floor now to the delegation of the Dominican Republic. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of the Dominican Republic would like to thank the Chair of the Permanent Council for putting on today's regular session of the Permanent Council the celebration of the International Day of Human Rights, which we celebrate, celebrating the adoption of the December 10th, 1948 adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, given the importance that that instrument represents for the signatory states to protect human rights, fundamental rights of all peoples. This date enables us to reflect and to renew our commitment to continue forging ahead along the lines set forth by the human rights agenda in the regional and universal systems to ensure, rooted in the free determination of peoples and countries. Progress has been made by this organization over the last years regarding establishing mechanisms and tools to benefit the defense, protection, and promotion of human rights in the favor of the citizens of our hemisphere. The Inter-American Human Rights Convention, Pact of San Jose, in effect since '78, is the route that branched off into other conventions and treaties which are cross-cutting those which strengthen the basis of the inter-American system and its norms. The states party have the duty to undertake public policies in line with that to comply with what is included in it. We cannot overlook the main bodies created, judicial bodies, Inter-American Human Rights Commission and Court, two bodies that play a key role to uphold human rights of people, as well as they have become means through which thematic hearings can be held about situations in given countries, to communicate with international organizations, with government, civil society, and the like, to seek out proposals and solutions that are feasible to mediate conflicts. I would also underscore, Mr. Chairman, that one of the most important aspects of the development of the Inter-American Human Rights Protection System, which is interpretations, for example, that stem from advisory opinions and rulings or judgments, which are the case law used oftentimes in countries in line with conventionality control. Now, in our country, to protect human rights, we have the intention to continue to foster a culture of dignity and respect and integrity of human beings. For human beings, the Dominican Republic is focused and has been for years to strengthen actions to benefit our population that, given the negative impact caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, we have had to redouble our efforts to mitigate those results. 2 years of the pandemic, which has affected all countries of the world, we continue to implement projects, plans, programs to ensure full enjoyment and exercise of human rights by the vulnerable populations, such as women, boys, girls, adolescents, the disabled, and older persons. It's not an easy path, but we have to undertake initiatives and those measures that are necessary to ensure the human rights of people, broadly understood, be respected at all times, everywhere, under any circumstance. We believe that we can continue building a society in which we are capable of respecting differences. We would be remiss if we concluded without expressing thanks and congratulating Judge Elizabeth Olio Benito, President of the Inter-American Human Rights Court, as well as the Commissioner Urrejola, President of the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, for the roles they both have played in the Inter-American human rights system. And we wish for them, and we imagine they will be quite successful as they move on in their personal and professional lives. Countries of the hemisphere have to be reminded of the purpose of this organization, equity, justice, and other principles that underpin this organization and the Inter-American system. We will continue to move forward in defending human rights and democracy, which are in our Constitution as essential elements to ensure effective protection of human rights of our citizens. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Ambassador. I give the floor to Brazil. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to start on behalf of the Brazilian delegation by greeting and recognizing the remarks made by the illustrious speakers, the High Commissioner Michelle Bachelet, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Commissioner Antonia Urrejola, President of the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, and we thank them for their hard and excellent work. Now, at this Permanent Council, these sessions renew the commitment of the OAS and its member states that seek to promote human rights, not just in our hemisphere, but throughout the world. The Federal Constitution of Brazil, adopted in 1985, establishes dignity of human beings as one of the fundamental principles in our republic. To that effect, our Constitution ensures the enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms, in addition to fostering a culture of tolerance, dialogue, and peace. The Brazilian delegation takes this opportunity today to reassert our conviction to respect and protect human rights, fundamental freedoms of all, regardless of their origin, ethnicity, sex, age, religion, or any other trait, without any type of discrimination. Protecting human rights is inherent to our democracy, and it runs throughout all of our public policies. Especially Brazil has a broad legal framework that protects the freedom of thought, association, expression, even on the internet. Furthermore, we place value on our diversity as well as our political environment, which is dynamic and plural, and all the different groups of peoples, regardless of their stripes and ideologies, have the right to speak out, to express themselves, to be heard. It's with that spirit, Mr. Chairman and representatives, that the Summit for Democracy, convened by the U.S. government, there the Brazilian government took on voluntary commitments in areas of human rights, the following, namely, to continue to protect the right to life, freedom, personal safety, to strengthen initiatives that promote social inclusion, to alleviate hunger, to foster human development, to step up actions to protect the rights of groups and people who are vulnerable, to adopt additional measures to ensure and promote human rights and the protection of people's and women's physical integrity, to protect the rights of indigenous communities in keeping with our multilateral and national commitments, to step up efforts to combat racism, discrimination, xenophobia, intolerance, including anti-Semitism, and finally to adopt and to implement measures to strengthen and protect families. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I thank you. The delegation of Mexico is recognized. Thank you. Mexico would like to express thanks for those remarks made by the prior speakers, and we reiterate our commitment to protect and promote human rights as a constitutional principle of our foreign policy. Today, we celebrate here the International Day of Human Rights. And we express our desire for all nations to be governed by human rights as an ideal that member states of this organization are firmly committed to. Many of the precepts of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights were included in a number of international legal instruments and constitutions of numerous countries. And the American Convention on Human Rights is a case in point. And Mexico included many of these principles in our Constitution, ensuring that all people's human rights would be upheld, again, in our Constitution, as well as those in those international treaties to which we are party. To ever enhance the human rights situation in our country, however, there are powerful forces that seek to curtail people's rights. And we need to be mindful of this at the OAS for our organization to contribute to progressive progress of the respect of human rights of all persons in our continent. The COVID-19 pandemic presented us with challenges such as discrimination, and the states needed to redouble efforts to reduce inequalities. Mexico understands that the fight for the respect and to ensure human rights be respected is a cross-cutting and collective effort Mexico promotes in this fight. We seek to eliminate acts of hatred. My delegation reiterates and urges member states to ratify the American Convention against all forms of discrimination and intolerance, as well as Inter-American Convention against racism, racial discrimination, and related forms of intolerance, which went into effect with in January of 2020 with Mexico's ratification. We make a call for gender perspective and all rights of women. Progressively, for member states to commit to ensuring their commitment to this agenda to strengthen the democracies of our region and protect half of our population.
La delegación de Canadá.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to see you this morning. Let me thank also the other speakers that we had before us this morning as well. I'll be brief. I want to say a couple of words, though. I know there's many speakers, and this is an important day to commemorate because it's of course, the anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, an important document. And sometimes I think we forget how significant this document actually was, that outlines the fundamental rights and freedoms which all are entitled to, and has inspired the drafting of many laws and policies protecting human rights worldwide. And we've made, I think in many ways, and I think others would agree, a lot of progress since 1948, and yet still much more yet to be done. So come together today on Human Rights Day, an opportunity to reflect a bit on some of those shared challenges. And I think perhaps from our view, it's also an important time to recognize those who have been working on these issues on the front lines: human rights defenders, journalists, civil society. And this is work that is not only significantly important, but it's work that they've continued to carry out throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. Human rights must be at the forefront in our efforts to rebuild a more equitable world. For Canada, we also support a gender-responsive COVID-19 response and recovery as part of Canada's feminist foreign policy. This year's Human Rights Day's theme is equality, reducing inequalities, advancing human rights. It's a theme that it urges us to work together to develop and implement strategies to protect and to promote human rights, and also to empower us to address the deep-rooted forms of racism and discrimination that have affected those most marginalized in our societies. Chair, let me conclude with a few remarks in French this morning. Le gouvernement de Canada a pris des mesures.
The government of Canada has taken major measures to advance and further protect the rights of all its citizens. We face up to these somber, dark chapters of our own history and are taking significant measures to correct this. In the Americas as in the world, Canada will continue to be active and supportive of these rights, including the UN Commission and certainly the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, to call out violations against human rights of our citizens. Together, we can build a more secure, a more just, and a more equitable world for all. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir. Don Gustavo of Venezuela has the floor. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, we want to condemn the terrorist attack in Cucuta in Colombia and our solidarity with the government and the people of Colombia, as well as to the government and people of Haiti for the tragedy they suffered. We are very, very appreciative of the statements of both the Commissioner of the UN High Commission for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, and Commissioner Antonia Urrejola Noguera, who spoke to us on behalf of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. And we also very much appreciate the work of the President of the Inter-American Court on Human Rights for all that they have done jointly and severally to defend Venezuelan citizens who are migrants and who suffer so much. The violation of human rights must be met in a committed, in a decisive, and in an unbiased way. And their position, jointly and severally, stands to this as a testament. We pointed out back in October that democracy is the single system that can put pay to the attempts against human rights in Venezuela. Democracy is the answer. We here are celebrating the 73rd anniversary of the adoption of human rights, a human rights declaration at the UN by consensus, and we know that there have been infringements, certainly in Cuba, elsewhere, presently in Venezuela. The systemic violation of human rights is, of course, rampant everywhere, in some places more than others. And all of this, I am well aware, is very much of not news, but old news to the members of this Permanent Council. And I take the opportunity, therefore, to express thanks for the general report on the matter. Commissioner Urrejola spoke to Deutsche Welle's report on the matter when Deutsche Welle mentioned that there was a backtracking, and she said, without human rights, there is no democracy. Without democracy, there is no respect for human rights. That is sounds like a truism, but these twin truths are certainly something we should all bear in mind and keep close to our hearts. We thank Commissioner Urrejolas for her very frank and fearless direction of the Commission, and we know that so too Judge Odio Benito, who is with us as well, must be commended. There is no way to fight dictatorships without an understanding of human rights. Citizens who don't face up to that are the first to lose. Human rights promotes and protects democracy, the active and free assembly, speech, and belief of said citizens. Now, we know that Venezuela has come both to the Commission and to the court and thanks them for their twin essential roles in standing up for the promotion and protection of Venezuelan citizens' human rights that are trampled daily. And a special thanks goes out to Michelle Bachelet, Commissioner who has fought tirelessly for this cause in Venezuela and who we know has a stellar history in that regard. Thank you all. Throughout the yearly reports since 2002, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights has included its concern for the violation of human rights in Venezuela in the 3 reports on Venezuela, 2003, 09, and 17. The Commission has also noted the systematic unraveling of the rule of law in Venezuela and the situation that continues to persist on the Colombian and Venezuelan border, as many civil society organizations have noted, is a premier example of why these violations occur and their result. A group of experts in a report called Alone at the Barricades has spoken up on the importance of multilateral organizations as barometers in this regard, exhorting them to maintain their vigilance, to not let their guard down. That means us. Without proactive monitoring of the international community, the defenders of democracy and human rights will all lose out. And that is why we so celebrate this commemoration of human rights, which in fact is also, is it not, an important anniversary this year of the signing of the Inter-American Democratic Charter, which goes to the very heart of human rights, not only to protect victims, but also to ensure the non-repetition of these violations. Thank you. Thank you, sir, says the chair. I'd like to inform you that because of last-minute force majeure, Judge Elizabeth Odio Benito has not been able to join us. The chair's mic was broken up. I hope that's what he said. Panama. Thank you. I'd like to state that the working plan under your chairmanship did include a commemoration of this Human Rights Day, and that's why we are proceeding to do just that today. And the 3 women, all of them extraordinary, bear and deserve our appreciation. Thank you, Commissioner Bachelet. Thank you, Commissioner Urrejola Noguera. It has been an honor and a privilege to hear you, as we know how much you have fought for and stand up against any violations of human rights in the region. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, of course, has been very much at the heart of one of our illustrious citizens. In Article 16, he spoke about government participation And his text stated in pertinent part that everyone, every citizen has a right to be part of his or her government and to speak out on behalf of the people who will have spoken in democratic elections. The then Foreign Minister of Panama offered a text that became Article 21 of the final document of the International Declaration on Human Rights. And Minister Alfaro also spoke about the UN's competence to intervene in the case of grave violations against human rights, failing which all of the aforementioned articles would have been toothless, as it were. Dr. Daniel Alfaro represented then and represents today for the Panamanian people a towering figure of what we consider a basic pillar of human rights, and which we take as an essential means by which the 2030 agenda can be met. The pandemic, as we all know, has certainly underscored the daunting challenges before us in terms of human rights in the broadest possible sense, and the very extraordinary fighters and champions of human rights who have spoken us today, Commissioner Bachelet, Commissioner Urrejola Noguera, have basically said, don't give up and fight every day. This is the time to go the extra mile, as the saying goes, and to sing out for the public policies in terms of democracy and security, because we all are born equal and free in democracy and in rights. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. The delegation of Uruguay has the floor. The chairman's mic is not clear. Uruguay has the floor. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Let me say very frankly that the choice of this item on our agenda today was certainly felicitous. And I think you were right on the mark, because this is an invitation for us to put our heads together and to think, as it were, out of the box. We know we are here commemorating Human Rights Day, but in so doing, we are thinking very much in terms not only of theory, but of praxis, and praxis as we see it all around us in this region. Uruguay considers that human rights, as they are enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, is something that we in Uruguay have traditionally espoused. And to a large extent, that is tantamount to opting for multilateralism. It's almost a case of the one leading to the other. The interpreter regrets half of the delegates' words are being lost in technical fog. Uruguay, which has always spoken for the respect of international standards as a keystone and a guiding light in its foreign affairs, is what we believe is essential not only domestically, but indeed above and beyond our borders. That is why when in 2030 we enshrined the principle of equality, we stepped forward and gave our resounding approval thereto. Let me just say that Uruguay is one of the very few regions in this region during the pandemic that allowed, even when our borders were closed, the arrival of anyone needing protection. And we worked at the borders to facilitate that entry for people who were afraid for their lives, and did what we could. With, of course, a quarantine and with the help of the Pan American Health Organization. I mean, we did this in a smart way, we believe, but we assisted migrants. That's what I want to say. And we don't think that is anything minor, because it's easy to tout the wonderful theoretical principles that we all believe in. It's perhaps a different thing to live up to them in practice. And we in Uruguay are ready to stand by our commitments to human rights and to ensure that this is something that we live up to daily. Those who are most vulnerable are obviously the ones most in need. Children, women, autochthonous peoples, Afro-descendants, the elderly, persons who are differently abled. So many who have really been discriminated, and not just since this pandemic fell upon us. We all know that. We in our foreign ministry, in fact, has a specialized entity that is devoted to questions of human rights. And so there is a specific mandate that we have espoused in Uruguay to work on human rights. There's also an institute in our country that has quite a broad margin of autonomy, let me say, to look into issues and put forward different measures. It's very plural. It is broadly participatory of the public. And so when we look at these issues, I'm even thinking back to even in our penitentiary system, there is a specific unit that works on human rights. All this to say, Chair, that as we espouse this high-flown narrative, I think that we all get it. We know that words are important, principles are key, but it's not enough. It's not enough. You've got to put those principles in practice. And so, to conclude, I speak personally here. Yes, we need more cooperation. We need to be smarter and more cohesive. And anyone who has the most minimal common sense, quite frankly, will agree to that. But let us also learn from the wisdom and the views of others, even if they're not identical to what we would state. Now, democratic states, transparent states, states that act in honor and in fairness and that don't leave an unbridled hand to corruption, those are the great paladins of human rights. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Interpreter regrets again. Bolivia has the floor. Distinguished ambassadors, let me, on behalf of my country, appreciate the presence of Commissioner Michelle Bachelet and Commissioner Antonia Urrejola Noguera, two very brave women who have been the stewards of the fight for human rights, each in her own purview, and that have certainly held high the importance of dignity, of freedom of health, and quite frankly, so often life. Life for many people, many individuals who are with us today, thanks to their struggle. That is what we honor today in the persons of two exceedingly brave women who stand for all of the fighters for human rights. And of course, we remember also Judge Elizabeth Odio Benito of the Inter-American Court, who could not be with us today. She too stands with them. This is a great debate for the human spirit. It's good for our soul to see what we have done to assuage suffering and to improve well-being. We know that way back in 1789, a date known to us all, when the French Revolution was launched, these major principles were touted, and they have stood against despotism, against dictatorship, against injustice, against exploitation, against dominion and powers and exploitation. And these are the great freedoms that continue to stand against cruelty and despotism. Now, we know that during World War II, with the unbridled power of the Nazi regime, humanity saw close up where the lack of these principles could take one. Humanity, it appears, has had to go through disasters, wars, and worse to understand the importance of these principles. A great deal of death, of grief, and of injury remains. But we stand here 73 years after the Declaration of Human Rights was adopted, and we say we stand with it. Tolerance, the respect for others, the principle of inclusion is at the heart of human rights, but so too democracy and respect for self-determination of nations, of individuals. Human rights also speak to an equitable distribution of wealth, access to public services, health, education, and justice on an equal footing, equal justice under the law. We, since 2019, have very much enshrined human rights in our own country and have established the broadest declaration of such rights in the whole region, we believe. And also the measures by which we might translate those principles into palpable, concrete facts. The International Conventions on Human Rights establish more favorable rights in some instances for those most needed. And so on this very special day, as we pay homage to Michelle Bachelet and Antonia Urrejola Noguera, I'd like also to remember the 2019 visit of Paulo Abrão, who spoke of grave human rights violations and the regrettable consequences that might arise as a result therefrom. And we know that a commission on independent commission on research and the studying of the events occurred in Bolivia during the coup d'etat at the end of 2019 was recommended, and that is why a group of independent experts did meet. And after 8 months of very hard work, this month of August, an important report was put to the government that we believe will be very important to assist in reparation to the victims and indeed to the reparation of us all as the country goes forward. And so we very, very much thank Hamburger, Correa, Tapata, who worked, among others, very, very hard on that report and really held high the importance of the Inter-American Commission and the whole of the human rights community. Thanks to them, we are closer to repairing the damage done to victims and to stand for memory and justice. Thank you. Delegation of Paraguay has the floor. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, distinguished panelists. Good morning, all. We too appreciate including this item on the order of business of this Permanent Council. And I'm now going to read the important passages of the communique that on December 10th, the Foreign Affairs Ministry of Paraguay read out. a day like today, on December 10th, 1948, a historic document was adopted by all representatives in the world. We speak of the International Declaration of Human Rights, that significant declaration that was adopted at a plenary session of the United Nations, including a Paraguayan delegation, set the basis for a world that would be more tolerant, more peaceful, and more respectful of human dignity. Every December 10th, we mark the need to remember how far we've come, and also to take the opportunity to recognize the obligations and the challenges that we continue to have as we fight for a country that is less exclusive and more inclusive. The government of Paraguay, consonant with that vision, takes the opportunity to reaffirm its own support for the promotion and protection of human rights. That is why we remain active and supportive of the human rights bodies of the state, as well as the international bodies that work for human rights. And this is why we have been so active in the interinstitutional platform and other international commitments that have worked in this regard. The International Human Rights Network and the follow-up mechanism CIMORE Plus. Our committed stance is international. It is not limited by our own borders. Paraguay has been a member of the International Commission on Human Rights for 2022-2024. We've been elected to that, and this shows how absolutely committed we are to the subject and how this is recognized by others. Let me just close, Chair, by saying loud and clear that we will continue to work in this context in the Inter-American hemisphere, whereas we know, despite great challenges, we will continue to speak out on behalf of the oppressed and the forgotten. Thank you. Thank you very much, Paraguay. I'm happy to give the floor to Costa Rica.
Buenos días, permanentes alternos, señoras y señores. El 10 de diciembre se celebra el Día Internacional de los Derechos Humanos, en conmemoración del aniversario de la Declaración Universal aprobada por las Naciones.
73 years ago, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was passed, which is a milestone for the fight for human dignity. Historically, it has been recognized what the political, legal, and moral value of that Universal Declaration of Human Rights is, laying the groundwork and standards for the protection of human rights, fundamental rights, and individual liberties. Costa Rica reasserts its historic commitment to protect human rights, and that can be seen in our foreign policy, which seeks peace. Human rights are rooted in the understanding that all people are deserving of respect and dignity without any type of distinction. That's why Costa Rica is pleased that this year we have all agreed we are all human beings, we are all right, we all have the same opportunities and rights. These are indispensable elements to achieve fair and more inclusive societies. To this effect, not leaving anyone behind means to eradicate all types of discrimination and inequities and to push for solidarity and participation as well as sustainable development. Observing and upholding human rights call for looking to the root causes of conflicts and crises, ensuring that people have a voice in decision-making on those matters that affect them. Societies that protect human rights are more resilient, and they overcome crises better, such as the pandemic, which we face globally. Human rights in Costa Rica are a pillar of our democracy. Our country, with its rule of law, has ratified almost all of the international instruments on the subject matter, regionally and universally, and it's in our Constitution that those international instruments that we are signatory to are subsumed by our Constitution. Costa Rica, under that conviction of adhering to international law, has undertaken efforts to strengthen it. One of these efforts was to approve in the UN Human Rights Council the right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. That resolution calls for full implementation of international accords on the environment based on the principles of international environmental law. Costa Rica also celebrates the creation of the Commission and the San Jose Pact and the 42 years since the Inter-American Human Rights Court was established, all of which are instruments that, together with the Universal Declaration, have laid the groundwork for laws in the countries of the region that are based on human rights and respect, as well as an international human rights protection system. As Antonio Augusto Cansado Trindad said, the Universal Declaration is a source of inspiration and point of convergence of instruments on human rights globally and regionally. End quote. Today we should be reminded of the values of human dignity, justice, and equality, which inspired that declaration. Inter-American institutions should move forward together based on solidarity and non-discrimination. Thank you. I thank you, Ambassador. The U.S. is recognized.
Mr. Larsen, could you please request the floor again? I think you're having problem to connect. I give you the floor and not going to screen.
Era un último intento y si no, pasamos al siguiente. ¿No?
No.
Muy bien, en lo que resolvemos el problema técnico.
We go then to Antigua and Barbuda while we resolve the technical problem with the U.S.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make this statement on behalf of all the member states of the CARICOM group. Mr. Chairman, many of the human rights violations and abuses witnessed in this hemisphere do not occur in the CARICOM region. That is not cause for CARICOM's self-praise. Rather, it is incentive for continued commitment within CARICOM to upholding the worth and dignity of the individual, and for depriving no person of their liberty or of their right to freedoms of expression or of political and religious choice. It is also reason for deploring the incidents of human rights violations and abuses where and when they occur in our region and in the hemisphere, and for calling to account any government under whose stewardship human rights are infringed. We note that human rights abuses rooted in institutional racism continues to exist in member states of the OAS, and that inequities based on racial prejudice and the gains of exploitation continue to thrive 73 years after the UN Declaration on Human Rights that we celebrate today. Some might wonder how we could celebrate in the declaration. How could we celebrate this declaration in such circumstances? One might also posit that instead of celebrating, we should be lamenting the failure to enable all peoples in all societies to enjoy their inalienable rights and freedoms, and to lament also the failure to create equitable and inclusive societies. Mr. President, the countries of CARICOM are not perfect, but beyond question, the principal reason for the social peace and tranquility of the majority of our countries and for their economic advancement, despite the challenges they face, is respect for human rights, including the right to education, to health services, and to equality of opportunity. Were it not for the larger freedom enjoyed by the people of the majority of CARICOM countries, they could not have risen from the general backwardness and neglect that were the conditions they inherited at independence as the legacy of colonialism. Similarly, they could not have drawn on their innate creative and intellectual capacity to contribute to the social and economic advancement of both their own countries and of the global community. That is why the Charter of Civil Society, which governs the member states of CARICOM, demands that its member countries shall promote and encourage the effective exercise of civil and political rights, and within the limits of their resources, economic, social, and cultural rights, all of which derive from the inherent dignity of the human person and which are essential for the free and full development of the person. Of great importance to the CARICOM region now is the connection between human rights and environmental rights. We recall Principle 1 of the Stockholm Declaration on the Human Environment, which states that man has the fundamental right to freedom, equality, and adequate conditions of life in an environment of a quality that permits a life of dignity and well-being. The conditions of life of the people of CARICOM, whose members are either island states or continental countries with low-lying coastlands, are now significantly threatened by global environmental degradation and pollution caused by CO2 emissions. In the last 10 years alone, our region has suffered loss and damage totaling more than $100 billion, a significant sum for small economies. There has been no attention to compensation for the loss and damage that our countries have endured. Even though people have been displaced and dislocated, lives and livelihoods have been lost, and economies have been crushed. This retardation of our economic growth is enlarging poverty and snatching away the fruits of human endeavor. Mr. President, our commemoration of Human Rights Day and our celebration of the Declaration of Human Rights begin to seem a little insincere when the actions of one group of humanity result in the deprivation of the human rights of another. The majority of OAS member states in Central America, the Caribbean, and some countries of South America, as well as more than 100 other countries, are the victims of only 10 major polluting countries. And 8 of those 10 major polluting countries are either permanent members or permanent observer missions to this organization. Suppressing political action, arbitrary arrests of political opponents, jailing journalists, and inventing laws for partisan political ends are all egregious human rights violations that deserve the strongest condemnation and the swiftest action to stop tyranny and autocracy. But so too are the neglect of other factors for the enjoyment of human rights. Crucial to such factors are economic and social development, without which human rights can never flourish. Human rights will not be attained in conditions of persistent poverty, of inequality, and of injustice. That is why today we will not simply make a trite and ritual statement praising Human Rights Day and the Human Rights Declaration. Instead, we call on this organization to broaden its work in upholding human rights to include the woeful conditions that we know exist, but that is more convenient to ignore. The work of the OAS must not be limited to the mantra of more rights for more people. It must be broadened and strengthened to deliver all rights for all people. If not, human rights might exist, but it will be the preserve of the rich, the privileged, and the elite. In other words, rights would be for some humans, not for all. And all the words declaring the rights of man that have been inscribed in charters for over 8 decades will not be worth the faded paper on which they were written. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Muchas gracias, embajador Sanders. Tiene ahora la palabra.
Thank you. I give the floor now to Peru. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I greet the permanent representatives that are in attendance at this session. I also would like to commend the presentation made by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Commissioner Michelle Bachelet, who I am honored to know personally. And what you had to say about this current state of human rights in our region, I'm very appreciative of that. It's a source of honor for the international community that Michelle Bachelet, such a competent person, be heading up such an important commission, one that's so important within the UN. And I really enjoyed her participation in this morning's Permanent Council. We are, even though I don't personally know the Commissioner of the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, I certainly am aware of her hard work. Commissioner Antonia Urrejola Noguera will conclude her term again as the President of the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, and this is an opportunity for us to pay homage to her on behalf of Peru. And I think at this council, I represent and speak for many countries and citizens of our region, ladies and gentlemen, who have benefited from her sound thought process, judgment, human rights in the Americas. Are taking on a new phase, thanks in large measure to the hard work of Commissioner Urrejola. And the current President of the Inter-American Commission will continue to work on behalf of human rights. And I should underscore the progress made by the countries of Latin America, of our region, toward respect of human rights. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I give the floor to the Colombian delegation. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. We thank you for putting this very important topic on today's Permanent Council agenda. We are enthusiastic about the celebration here of the International Day of Human Rights, and we would also express thanks for comments made by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Commissioner Michelle Bachelet, and the President of the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, Antonia Urrejola Noguera. The pillars that uphold the Inter-American system, democracy, development, human rights. Colombia is committed to those principles, and we open up our country to international scrutiny, such as International Criminal Court, the UN Council, the General Secretariat of the UN. Our response to those organizations shows our commitment to be in keeping with demands for justice. We've taken in our country 1.2 Venezuelan immigrants, and we rise to the new challenges resulting from the pandemic. I would also talk about our new comprehensive immigration policy adopted this year, a step forward to assist the nearly 2 million Venezuelan immigrants. Despite economic difficulties resulting from the pandemic, we place a premium on principles of solidarity. There are no second-rate citizens, and offer immigrants access to health and job placement despite progress made in human rights. There are still concerns. Drug trafficking, illegal mining, international crimes have an effect on human rights against social leaders, for example, and human rights defenders. Colombia is tackling with resolve this situation in concrete measures, upholding people's dignity and lives first and foremost. For this, we have rolled out measures of protection and prevention and investigation and punishment. We have a new plan whereby we've adopted a 4-pillar policy to address risk factors through different social interventions, whereby we can define activities that we will bring to bear in an articulated way to uphold people's human rights, strengthening or capacity building in our institutions, individual and collective capacity building to promote people's rights. There is a national network for support of human rights defenders, enhancing the quality of our investigations, with special courts being set up to protect or to address matters involving human rights defenders. Interpreter would like to say that much of what the ambassador is saying cannot be heard. I will continue to do my best. It's not just the police and the service men and women that commit acts of abuse of force against citizens. There's a worldwide drug problem. There are transnational criminal networks. Addressing that problem has made it necessary for us to overhaul our system, Colombia is a victim, not a perpetrator of crimes that has been caught up in this international drug trafficking phenomenon. Two police officers yesterday were shot down, dead, by a terrorist, or rather they were victims of a bomb that was planted in the airport in Cucuta. So Colombia is a state, as other democracies, that faces challenges. And certain aspects involving human rights are affected by this. Now, we have the international human rights protection system in our court and commission. We have ratified those instruments, and Colombia reiterates with resolve and openly making a call to the states present here to strengthen the inter-American human rights system, ensuring transparency, impartiality, independence of it. And that also seeks to protect our states and citizens. The voices of all of the parties to the system should be heard. I recognize or acknowledge the work done by the Inter-American Human Rights System. We recognize the role played by those who are outgoing, having concluded their term, namely Commissioner Antonio Rejola Noguera, Commissioner Pio Visan as well, and we pay homage to them. We recognize their work for human rights, how important their work at the Commission has been. We wish for them the best of success as they move on. Thank you. I thank Colombia. Let's see if the delegate from the U.S. is connected. It seems they are, so we give them the floor. U.S. recognized.
Thank you very much, Chair, and our sincerest apologies for the technical difficulties. Good morning to everybody, ambassadors, delegates alike. Thank you to the Chair and to the distinguished presenters here with us today to commemorate Human Rights Day. The United States marked the 73rd anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in the context of our Summit for Democracy last week. President Biden announced several initiatives to expand U.S. government efforts on key issues, with human rights at the center of each line of effort. These initiatives include efforts to defend, sustain, and grow democratic resilience at home and abroad, counter corruption, and to shore up free and independent media. The United States also continues to support the activists and reformers on the front lines and the global LGBTQI+ Inclusive Democracy and Empowerment Fund. This week marks the beginning of the Year of Action, where the United States will work with stakeholders from government, civil society, the private sector, and the philanthropic community to follow through on commitments made at last week's Summit for Democracy. With the United States election to serve on the UN Human Rights Council as a member for the 2022-24 term, we will continue to engage in that forum, as well as with the IACHR, to advance human rights issues and fundamental freedoms at home and abroad. In closing, I take the opportunity to thank the outgoing commissioners and judges for your service to the advancement of human rights in the Inter-American system. We wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de los Estados Unidos y tiene ahora la palabra la delegación de Argentina.
I think the U.S. and Argentina is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to express thanks to everyone on the panel for their words, and we reassert Argentina's commitment. And to not reiterate what has been said, I would just say that Argentina, vis-a-vis the international system and the inter-American human rights system, we are fully committed. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. Guatemala is recognized. Thank you. My delegation would like to express thanks for your having put this topic on today's Permanent Council agenda. Mr. Chairman, we also express thanks to the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, for her comments, as well as the Commissioner Urrejola of the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, the president of that body, and we recognize also President of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, Judge Elizabeth Odio Benito. This is the day we celebrate the human rights in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of the UN 73 years ago. And the first lines of the Declaration on the Rights and Duties of Man say that all men are born equal in their rights and born free. That's not binding, but it has been key for the adoption of many regional human rights instruments and universal ones, among which the international norm, or that make up the international norms on this subject matter. Now, in the chart of the OAS, countries of the region, in '79, the American Commission of Human Rights committed to respect universal rights recognized in their document, assuring that everyone under the jurisdictions of the Americas will be treated with respect and their rights upheld by with the adoption of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. Countries of the region reasserted their commitment to protect human rights as a fundamental condition for democracies. Mr. Chairman, human rights are the cornerstone for democracies. My country has made efforts to strengthen human rights institutions by renewing our institutions. In 2020, we created the Presidential Commission for Peace and Human Rights, and we continue to build on the legacy that the executive in our country had already established. There are 6 ministries, along with the President, that make up this commission, specialized in human rights, with the Attorney General of the nation also being on it. My country recognizes and supports the work carried out by international human rights bodies and the Inter-American Human Rights Commission and the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. In addition to strengthening national efforts in our country, we reiterate our commitment to continue working on strengthening the Inter-American human rights system through an open, impartial, purposeful dialogue and good faith collaboration and trust. We will continue forging ahead. We need to renew efforts to ensure that everyone's rights are upheld at a time in which challenges are aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic and natural disasters. Thank you.
De Guatemala. Tiene ahora la palabra la misión observadora de la Santa Sede.
Thank you. The Holy See has the floor. Mr. Chairman, Assistant Secretary General of the Holy See appreciates the fact that this item has been included on our order of business, this commemoration of Human Rights Day, which stands for the commitment of each one of us to serve humanity. The inalienable rights of every human being is at the heart of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, And this converges profoundly with the notion of the profound dignity of mankind, of humankind, created in the very image of God. This is the heart of our Christian belief, the dignity of each individual. And from that point, from that ground, it is that the Holy See speaks in favor of universal dignity and the value of each human being. Now, very often, human rights are perceived to be, well, different, not the same for everybody. Well, not so. And as Pope Francis, the Holy Father, has said, and I state, our contemporary society offers numerous contradictions that lead us to ask ourselves whether the equal dignity of all human beings is actually recognized, respected, promoted, and protected everywhere and in every circumstance. End of quote. Nowadays, there are paradigms that fly in the face of the very concept of universality of human rights. We see this continually in reproductive policies, in policies of economic development, which serve but a group, where the most vulnerable are forgotten. The growing cultural plurality that speaks out in favor of non-discrimination goes so far as to squelch the free expression of cultural identity. That is a question of concern. And in this pandemic, of course, many, many human rights have been ignored and misunderstood. We need to get back to the notion that every human being is worthy in and of him or herself, in a standalone position. Pope Francis, in his speech to the diplomatic corps in the Holy See, said that under the pretext of promoting and protecting a number of ever more subjective rights, it would appear that rather than coming together in terms of protecting human life in all of its stages, we are moving away from it. Now, Mr. Chairman, the Holy See, as you well know, works very closely with the international community to promote and protect the dignity of every human person, the equality of rights, both in men and women. The Holy See stands for the defense of life, for universality that embraces us all and that is rooted precisely in the dignity of the human person, because of every human being's ability to grasp fundamental truths, which sustains it. Let me end by thanking Commissioner Antonio Rejola Noguera and the distinguished judge, Elizabeth Odio Benito, of the Inter-American Court for their respective, very brave work at the heart of the Commission and the Court, and for their personal as well as professional commitment thereto. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Monsignor. The observer mission for Italy now has the floor. Thank you.
Permanent representatives and permanent observers, distinguished guests. I'm delighted to participate in today's session celebrating the Human Rights Day because the defense of human rights has long been a very integral and fundamental part of Italian foreign policy, and particularly so in the last 3 years when Italy has been an active member of the Human Rights Council in Geneva. In that capacity, as well as in the context of the OAS, we have worked and continue to work closely with our partners of the Americas to defend human rights and uphold the rule of law. Here at the OAS, we have supported different programs in the human rights sector, in particular in collaboration with the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Our dialogue with the OAS on human rights is constant. In fact, I'm pleased to announce that just in a couple of days I'll be accompanying to the OAS headquarters Italy's president of the Commission for Human Rights and recently appointed special envoy for the human rights of LGBTQI plus persons. Allow me also to recall the 10th Italy Latin American Caribbean Ministerial Conference with the participation of your foreign ministers, which also focused on the rule of law and the culture of legality as key sector of work in cooperation between Italy and the Americas in order to share best practices and increase our cooperation in the sector. Finally, as many have done before me, I also want to say a special thanks to Antonio Uriola Noguera, the president of the International Commission on Human Rights, and Judge Elizabeth Odio Benito, president of the Court, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, as they conclude their assignments. And I thank them very much for their work and cooperation over these years. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, embajador. Tiene ahora la palabra la misión observadora permanente de España.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. The alternate representative of Spain, the observer from Spain, the interpreter, begs your pardon. I'm pleased to join you at this meeting of the Permanent Council to commemorate Human Rights Day, and together with permanent and alternate representatives and fellow observers, we meet to underscore the importance of embracing the notion that all human beings, men, women, children, are born with inalienable rights. To have a multilateral system for the promotion and protection of human rights is something that Spain upholds and to which it is profoundly committed. This is indeed a demand of the Spanish society. And that is why rights and fundamental freedoms in our country are interpreted in the light of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and in light also of international treaties which we have ratified. The European letter on fundamental rights and freedoms, together with the international declaration, are the pillars of our own policies rooted in the respect for and inalienable rights of all human beings. As a permanent observer of the OAS and a stalwart defender of human rights in the international community, we stand with you to speak to the importance of this concept, which is at the very heart of Spanish foreign affairs. The right against the death penalty, non-discrimination on the basis of gender, non-discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity, the rights of persons with different abilities, the defenders of human rights that warrant our protection. All of these and other areas are areas in which Spain stands firmly with the Commission and with the Court. And through EGID, which this year, 2021, marks its 21st anniversary, we have promulgated some of the most innovative aspects of our work with a very broad sense of human rights, such as, for instance, the strong embrace of the network for economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights, the known REDESCA in its Spanish acronym. We are all right to live free from violence, free in our sexual and reproductive rights, we women. And to that end, we support the Inter-American Commission on Women, the CIM, and its work for equality between men and women. Let me close by offering glowing commendations to the two commissioners that are bidding us farewell from the presidency of the Inter-American Court on Human Rights and the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights for all they have done for democracy and human rights in their broadest sense. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. Let me now give the floor to the Permanent Observer of France. Thank you very much, Mr. President, Distinguished Secretary General. On this 73rd anniversary of the adoption of the International Declaration of Human Rights, France stands with everyone who speaks for human rights and freedom at a time when these rights are ever more fragile, ever more under attack. We speak for the fundamental freedoms that are inherent to the practice of democracy. We do have a couple of priorities that we'd like to share. France is working very much for the rights of women, particularly for their full enjoyment of economic rights and for the end to the assault on their dignity as women, for them to be respected physically and mentally. The second French-German prize, Antonio Navino, who was a translator of the Human Rights Declaration, speaks to the history of Colombia, and my colleague in Bogota just last week met with us in the Sociedad de Mujeres Valientes in Bogota, who spoke up loud and clear for the rights of women who continue to be victims of exploitation and indeed human trafficking. We also stand for the rights of the child. And here I take up the appeal that was launched by France together with UNICEF for children. We are not alone. We join many other partners to insist on the importance of children's freedom to enjoy digital power, that is, for them to be given the means by which, through computerization, they can pursue their education and maintain themselves connected through connectivity, indeed, to everything that matters to their development. This is important not only in the Western Hemisphere, but to their development in general, and here as elsewhere. We also wish to speak to the various multilateral initiatives that we have joined in the UN and the OAS and throughout the world, whereby France launched a partnership on democracy back in November with Médecins Sans Frontières. 43 states have joined the initiative. We have also underscored the importance of lack of freedom of expression for women and journalists who are women. A number of rights that are linked profoundly to the freedom of expression are made worse if the journalists in question happen to be women. And they are the victims in an untold number of violence and discrimination. And finally, it doesn't mean that we don't have other priorities, but this is the last of the ones that I will mention today, is our ongoing battle against the death penalty. We believe passionately that the death penalty is the ultimate abrogation of human rights, and we wish that this would be accepted universally, as it has been for a long time in France. When one speaks of human rights, it's important to remember how far we've come. We've overcome slavery. And in many places, we are well aware we need to do better in Europe and in the Americas and in the rest of the world. We can do better, but at the end of the day, every human being has the right to be respected, the right to life in every country, whatever one's origin, whatever one's appearance, whatever one's weaknesses, one's fragilities. We are each worthy of our human rights. And I thank the OAS, the Inter-American Court, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights for the absolutely remarkable work that they have carried on to uphold human rights, democracy, and security. We are a very, very strong and proud observer country amongst you. And as my colleague just said, we also salute Commissioner Antonia Urrejola, President of the Commissioner, and Judge Odilio Benito for their respective work and brave defense of human rights in the hemisphere. I thank you. I thank you, Ambassador, Permanent Observer for France. I thank all of the panelists. I thank all of the delegations who have joined in this stirring debate on the commemoration of Human Rights Day. And for reasons of force majeure, we continue to regret so much the absence of Judge Elizabeth Odilio Benito. We now move to the next item on our agenda, bidding farewell to Commissioner Antonia Urrejola Noguera. She graduated from the University of Chile with a title in human rights. And as part of her professional trajectory, she has been very much involved in human rights, working intimately on questions of memory, truth, and justice in a number of different very worthwhile projects. And when she was a rapporteur within the Commission on the rights of indigenous peoples, particularly with regard to the institutionality of human rights and sexual rights, and having worked also with the Ministry of Planning. Commissioner Urrejola has also worked very closely with a number of different groups on development, social systems, the system of justice for the Americas, and the Inter-American Development Bank, and worked closely with, between 2006 and 2011, the former Secretary General of the OAS, Director Insulza, and has remained very closely linked to the promotion and protection of Inter-American System of Human Rights. She was elected in June of 2017 for a period going from 1st January 2018 to 31st December 2021. This was a decision of the General Assembly of June 2017, and she, of course, is remembered very much within the Commission for her rapporteurship on Ecuador, Guyana, Colombia, and Nicaragua, again as rapporteur for the indigenous peoples and memory, truth, and justice. We recognize her for her remarkable performance as she has been the first Chilean woman to be president of that body. We, on behalf of the Permanent Council of the OAS, thank you, Madam President, for your stellar contribution to the promotion and protection of human rights, and especially for the importance of the right to memory, truth, and justice in the hemisphere. Let me now offer the floor to the representatives of the regional groups and anyone else who wishes to intervene. And I beg you, please understand this is meant with great respect, to be brief. Thank you very much. Let me give the floor to the Ambassador for Chile, Isa Cort. Thank you. The interpreter points out she can hardly hear the speaker. We'll do the very best I can. A microphone would help. I greet everyone, and I very much greet my very dear friend, Antonia Urrejola. I wish to speak on behalf of the government of Chile and to thank you, Antonia Urrejola Noguera, for your work as president of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, and we thank you, Chair, for including this on the item. I can refer to the absolutely remarkable career of this stellar president. She had a brilliant career in law at the University of Chile, and for a long time has been working for human rights. She worked for indigenous rights in Chile and has never ceased as a lawyer, working in the three branches of law, setting up policies and drawing up legislation which really marked milestones in terms of human rights. She was an advisor on human rights to the presidency of Chile, particularly for the handling of different bills on childhood and sexual freedom. She worked with the Ministry of the Interior on the question of memory, truth, and justice, and worked on innumerable different bills that went before the Congress on prison, torture, human rights, amongst many others. Commissioner Urrejola, in addition, has worked with countless civil society organizations. At the regional level, Commissioner Urrejola garners an enormous breadth of experience, and she was the right hand of Secretary General Insulza over 6 years. She has worked with so many different entities, ILO, the UN Commission on Human Rights, and countless other entities, not to mention private entities that are involved in human rights. I very much thank her for her work. She has a title in transnational human rights from the University of Chile. She has been invited to speak at numerous other universities. I cannot close without underscoring the unwavering support Commissioner Urrejola has carried out throughout her tenure, both as regards promotion and protection of human rights for the indigenous peoples in terms of memory and truth and justice. All of these are beautiful examples of her beliefs and of her hard work. It was not an easy task. It often entailed danger to her person, which never stopped her for a minute. She has spoken for human rights in the hemisphere and believed firmly in the importance of direct contact with the victims. And that, I believe, is going to be the hallmark of her tenure here. The work for victims without condition and without ceasing. She has been the voice of the voiceless. It's hard to say goodbye to Commissioner Urrejola. I have developed over the last months a deep respect and genuine friendship. Esteemed Commissioner, I haven't the slightest doubt that your work for human rights is not over. We will undoubtedly continue to hear of what you're doing to strengthen our inter-American defense. You will indubitably stay in touch with the victims who, as we know, at the end of the day, are those for whom we work. Thank you for the seeds you have sown, because they will bear fruit. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. Antigua and Barbuda, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for the opportunity on behalf of the CARICOM Group and on my own behalf to say farewell to Commissioner Antonia Urrejola Noguera. In saying farewell, the CARICOM Group wishes to first say thank you to Antonia. She has steered the work of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights with great skill and objectivity through a very difficult period. By its nature, the work of the Commission, which is primarily to inquire into charges of human rights violations and abuses in member states, is contentious. The members of the Commission are perforce drawn into that contention, especially if they are executing their duty with the objectivity and diligence that it requires. Therefore, commissioners will never be spared criticism by those with a vested interest in the cases that the Commission must adjudicate. The President of the Commission faces particular challenges as the person who oversees the Commission's inquiries and the reports that it is obliged to make. Mr. President, Antonia, in our view, carried out her duties and met the challenges with thoroughness, fearlessness, and above all, quiet dignity. She was always a voice of reason. Her period of service on the Commission was respected by CARICOM member states, who today thank her for her great effort and for the body of work that she presented to this permanent council, allowing us to make decisions based on careful research and unbiased assessment. We thank her for her courage and for her diligence. We feel sure that she will continue to be a strong voice for human rights in our hemisphere, and we encourage her to remain so. We wish her well. Antonia, good luck in all that you do. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, embajador, y tiene ahora la palabra la delegación de Canadá.
Canada, please.
Express Canada's thanks to Commissioner Antonia Orejuela Noguera for her work, for her dedication to human rights, for her commitment to the work of this organization, and her work, including her role as president of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Commissioner Orejuela was able to use her background and extensive expertise on gender equality, as well as on the rights of Indigenous peoples, which she had acquired from work that she had done in the past in Chile and abroad, and to advance those issues within the Commission. Antonia, your work with vulnerable groups during the past year, responding to the effects of COVID-19, was notable, and also your work to advance human rights as country rapporteur for Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Ecuador, Guyana, and for Cuba. On Cuba, you produced the first report of the Commission on the human rights situation in that country in 7 years. And you also did significant and important work on the rights of Indigenous peoples, where you helped advance the rights of Indigenous women across the region, including in Canada as well. I could go on, and others have spoken, I know, with a lot of insight into the work that she has done during the course of her work with the Commission. But I wanted to speak just for a moment about her personal commitment to the issue of human rights. And it's something that you could see reflected in the way that she approached all of the issues that she had to deal with deep personal attachment, sincerity, and a high degree of professionalism, sometimes in very difficult contexts. We have all benefited as an organization from the work that she has led. We will miss her contributions to the Commission, but as others have said, I've no doubt that we'll have an opportunity to see that personal commitment and attachment to human rights reflected in other work that she'll be doing going forward. So on my behalf, on behalf of the Government of Canada, Antonia, best of luck, and we will follow your future work with much interest. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias, embajador. Tiene ahora.
I thank you, Ambassador. Panama now has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's my honor to take the floor on behalf of 7 member states of the Central American Integration System: Belize, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panama, and the Dominican Republic, on the occasion of our recognition of the work done by Commissioner Antonia Orejuela Noguera, President of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. First Chilean to hold that position. After starting in January of 2018, she has worked tirelessly to promote and defend human rights, especially memory, truth, justice, democracy, and Indigenous peoples. She has been a rapporteur for a number of countries of the region: Cuba, Brazil, Colombia, Trinidad, Tobago, Jamaica, Ecuador, Guyana, among others. She also had the thematic rapporteurship of the rights of Indigenous peoples, working on building a direct dialogue with organizations of the continent. As thematic rapporteur on memory, truth, and justice, she took part in monitoring progress made and pending challenges in the hemisphere. She was a part of the team that led the creation of the working group for the implementation of Simone to strengthen the effectiveness and impact that the Inter-American human rights system has. Thank you for your renowned leadership. She presided over the directing executive board of the Commission, first time in the history of this important regional body that board was comprised only of women, and what women they are. And her role there has confirmed that through parity, progress can be made toward creating more equal and fair society. Commissioner and Madam Madam Chair, President of the Commission, the different sectors have come together to promote and respect human rights in the hemisphere. Under your helm, much progress has been made. We are certain that your leadership, conviction, and devotion to the defense of human rights shall transcend anywhere you go. Thank you very much on behalf of all of the countries that have enabled us to speak here on their behalf today, and personally as well. I greet you. Thank you, Ambassador. Mexico is recognized. Ambassador Baños, please turn your camera on. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Mexico celebrates that for the first time in history, the Commission's board, executive board, was comprised of women, two of whom, the terms of two of whom are concluding. Antonia Urrejola Noguera, President of the Inter-American Commission. At the helm of the Commission, I would like to mention her fair vision of what the Commission has as at the essence of its mandate. Second, her commitment to victims. 3, the value that she places on the constructive relationship with states. And 4th, her courage as a commissioner and president of the executive board. At the helm of the Commission, your effort will be recalled with much recognition and thanks, and we thank you for your contribution made as rapporteur of a number of countries, as well as the rights of indigenous peoples and memory, truth, and justice, where you stood out, given the excellence of your work and how you contributed to strengthening institutions. The Inter-American system bids farewell to someone who has left her mark. And your commitment to human rights will continue no matter where you go. We thank you and your family, the solidarity that the family offered you as you fulfilled your responsibility. Mexico appreciates your leadership and wishes the best for you in the next professional stage in your life. Thank you very much for your commitment, and farewell. Thank you, Ambassador. The U.S. is recognized.
Thank you, Chair, and to the delegation of Chile for offering us this opportunity to celebrate the accomplishments of President Urrejola. The United States has had the pleasure of working closely with President Urrejola on a range of issues this past year, and appreciate her professionalism and collegiality, no matter how difficult the issue at hand. In particular, we commend President Urrejola for her tireless efforts as rapporteur for Nicaragua. We know that she will continue to be an advocate for the human rights of the Nicaraguan people, and for all of those in the hemisphere, wherever her next steps take her professionally. I also take this opportunity to commend the work of the outgoing rapporteur for the United States, Second Vice President Flavia Piovesen, to advance rights for LGBTQI+ persons across the region. Thank you both for dedicating your time to advance the work of the IACHR and for the lasting impact of your service. On behalf of my delegation, The United States wishes you all the best. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Tiene ahora la palabra Neisa Pineda de Venezuela.
Thank you, and Venezuela is recognized. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I agree. The Assistant Secretary General and the Secretary General. I apologize, my image isn't so clear. Now, again, I agree. The Secretary General and the Assistant Secretary General and all the distinguished permanent representatives, good morning. Commissioner Urrejola, it was a privilege to the Venezuelan delegation to have had you preside over the Inter-American Human Rights Commission over these years, given your conviction and your actions, taking up the banner in defense of truth, justice, memory, human rights. You've worked tirelessly in the hemisphere. Commissioner Urrejola, you conclude a period in which your commitment to the truth and justice in the Americas continues throughout Venezuelan society. We are hearing for or feeling for the first time as liberty is finally drawing near in Venezuela. We're very grateful for your work on behalf of the oppressed under the dictatorial regime in Venezuela. Uruguay is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few days ago, I was able to speak to Commissioner Antonia Urrejola personally, although virtually, what I had to say to her, and I'll repeat some of it here. There aren't very many people that have the attributes, the attitudes, the capability to carry out the work such as what she did at the Commission. And this has to do with the technical and psychological, technical trainings, some psychological makeup, everything that she brings to bear to do something that very few can do, that you don't see very often. There are venues, positions, and so forth that call for someone to have the technical wherewithal and a very systematic approach. And I would say that unlike many people, Commissioner Urrejola brings all of those attributes together in one person. And I said it the other day, I'll say it to you all today. These are very difficult positions. To be the president of the Inter-American Human Rights Commission it's no easy thing. It calls for courage. Sometimes you have to stick your finger in the fan when the fan's going full speed ahead. So it's not something that anyone can do. We see this in her reports. We've watched her at the Commission, and it's been a source of pride because without a doubt, a good part of the defense of human rights has to be done openly. You have to stick your neck out, and she's done that. Now, sometimes she's clashed with some countries. That just goes to show that she's doing her job well. The fact that you can't please everyone, and in human rights, you have to be very systematic in how you approach defense of human rights. That said, on the violation of human rights and breaks from democracy and the brazen way that happens sometimes, one has to raise one's voice, and there she was. She stood in with her expertise, with her team, with the full Commission, and so that's what I regret when I think of her not being with the Commission anymore, but This is a conviction I have. Life churns and new opportunities emerge, and ultimately one builds and does what one is called upon to do. Now, she is defined who she is through the devotion, conviction, and love that she brings to her task. There are some jobs that you can't do without that love. It just doesn't work otherwise. So my thanks, my recognition, and I'm sure we will meet again as life churns. Thank you. The delegation of Ecuador is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of Aladi, I would like to offer a few words to the President of the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, Antonia Urrejola, colleague, friend. I have known her since the beginning of our respective university training. From the 90s, she's been working hard in defense of human rights. And she's been on the Inter-American Human Rights Commission for 4 years. That term concludes. She stood out on her work on memory, truth, and justice, and defense of indigenous persons. She's been very passionate in her work on these and other areas. The sound is interrupted, says the interpreter. She was the first Chilean woman to lead this body, as well as a directing board that was entirely comprised of women. I wish for you much success. No matter what you do, I'm certain that you will continue to work for human rights. And I bid you farewell. Thank you, Ambassador. Secretary General has the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Antonia posed to us in this session of the Permanent Council to pay homage to you rightfully. It's an honor to have known you. We have worked together, offering reciprocal support in the Inter-American Human Rights system. I offer you all of my acknowledgement, recognition for what you have done as Commissioner, as Rapporteur, as President of the Inter-American Human Rights Commission. The right that is heading up the directing board, comprised only of women. This is something that you have been committed to 24 hours a day, human rights, with dedication, professionalism. You have worked tirelessly for all of the people in the region. Without a doubt, we are grateful for the commitment you took on to take on the perils that this position holds. Working for human rights means not taking the easy road, nor operating under double standards or engaged in useless endeavors. We could certainly underscore a number of the aspects of your avocation, the empathy that you have toward victims whose human rights, fundamental rights, have been violated, your decisive role in the crisis faced by Nicaragua, the human rights crisis there, and your work on the special follow-up mechanism. Your contribution has been very important, very hard-hitting. essential to this organization. Your activity, your professionalism, your hard work benefited the Americas. Today, we bid you farewell because you did your job very well. That goes to show that your commitment to human rights is above any other dynamic of political expediency. That's why we are particularly grateful for the ease with which you have done such a difficult job. I would take this opportunity also to also embrace Flavia Piovesan, who also used the Commission for her hard work for human rights on the Commission. Thank you very much for having taught me so much on this topic. Thank you, Secretary General. Madam President, I give you the floor. I thank everyone, ladies and gentlemen, who have spoken. I know the ambassador is looking at the clock. There's a big, long agenda before us, but I would just like to take this opportunity to express thanks for the words expressed by each one of the ambassadors who have taken the floor to speak and the permanent observers at this session. I thank Ambassador Lisa Court, who took the initiative today and Ambassador Sanders, with whom I've worked much. I heard your words, Ambassador Sander, Ambassador Adson as well, who I heard before I turned my camera on. A warm embrace of each and every one of you. I do feel part of the Americas and of this organization and of what the Inter-American System is for the protection of human rights. I'm certain that we will continue crossing paths on this continent, and I will continue working tirelessly for human rights. And over these last 4 years, I've done it without any regard for which states were involved, what the political stripes were. My concern was people's dignity, the victims of human rights violations. I'll continue to work this way, and so I thank you for this opportunity to speak. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, for your remarks, and we wish the best of success to you in your upcoming activities, and I thank you for all your contributions. Now, the next item of today's order of business. Homage to the former Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This was requested to be placed on the agenda to pay homage to the memory of His Excellency James Fitz-Alan Mitchell, former Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You have the floor. That is, a delegation of St. Vincent and Grenadines has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chairman, the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines expresses its gratitude to you for the inclusion of this item on the agenda. Tribute to the Right Honorable Sir James Fitz-Alan Mitchell, KCMG, PC, former Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Mr. Chairman, this is a sad occasion, not only for St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the Caribbean region, but also for the hemisphere. Yet, what greater homage can we pay to the deceased but to chronicle his life's work and document in this permanent council his selfless dedication to his people and the work which he has done as a politician and nation builder. The Right Honorable Sir James Fitz-Alan Mitchell, 90 years old, slipped into the sunset at his home on November 23, 2021, after a brief illness. Sir James, affectionately called Son Mitchell, had the distinction of being a former Prime Minister of our nation, and before that, a Premier during the pre-independence period. Sir James was educated on his beloved island of Bequia and attended high school on the mainland, continuing his higher education at the Imperial College of Tropical Agriculture, ICTA, in Trinidad and Tobago, and the University of British Columbia, Canada. Sir James, a trained agronomist, worked in the field for many years, including as a cocoa agronomist in St. Lucia and an agriculture research officer from 1958 to 1961 in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Owing to his intellect and expertise in the field of agronomy, he lectured in science in the United Kingdom and was once the technical editor of Pest Control, a British government publication. The year 1966 saw Sir James launching himself into two major undertakings, both risky. He entered the political arena and at the same time sought to invest in the tourism industry by opening the Frangipani Hotel. At that time, Sir James's business venture was thought to be too risky, and he was denied a business loan by every banking institution in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Undaunted by this, he persevered and was able to obtain assistance in nearby St. Lucia after mortgaging property he owned there, and used his personal savings to establish his still successful hotel business. One might say that this represents the nucleus of the regional and integrationist approach which characterized his political ideology. Further, it is this indomitable spirit which led to his success in his political career and in his business undertakings. Mr. Chairman, Sir James was first elected to the House of Assembly in 1966 as the St. Vincent Labour Party's SVLP representative for the Grenadines. He was re-elected the following year, but in 1972, after a rift with the Labour Party, he successfully contested the general elections as an independent candidate. Those elections resulted in a 6-6 draw between the St. Vincent Labour Party and the People's Political Party. Sir James, who was an independent candidate, struck a deal with the PPP's leader, E.T. Joshua, and became Premier under the Alliance government, popularly known as the, junta. In effect, Sir James was a kingmaker, and it is no surprise that such tactics also earned him the nickname Anansi, an artful and astute character in all Caribbean folklore. Such was the nature of the political being who was Sir James. After 2 years in the junta government, the St. Vincent Labour Party regained power when it won 10 seats in the general elections. As a result, in December 1975, Sir James founded the New Democratic Party, NDP, and he was an opposition member of Parliament from 1975 until 1984. During that period in opposition, Sir James was known for his ability to debate at length and effectively in the House of Assembly. His peers will recall fondly one year when Sir James, as leader of the opposition, in a 6-hour reply, tore apart the budget presented by the then Prime Minister, the Honorable Milton Cato. This caused the rules of the House of Assembly to be amended to allow the leader of the opposition a maximum of 4 hours to respond to the government's budget. Deliberately, or unwittingly, therefore, Sir James brought about change in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. In the general elections of 1984, Sir James led his party, the New Democratic Party, to a 10-3 victory over the St. Vincent Labour Party, becoming, at the age of 53, the second Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in July of that year. In 1989, during the general elections, and with the creation of 2 new constituencies, Sir James and the NDP made history when the party swept all 15 parliamentary seats, a record still unbroken to this day. In 1994, the NDP was again returned to power for a 3rd consecutive term when it won 12 of the 15 seats. Sir James and the NDP were able to create history once more when in the 1998 general elections, the party was the first to win a 4th consecutive term, capturing 8 out of the 15 seats. In the year 2000, Sir James stepped down as Prime Minister and leader of the New Democratic Party in the aftermath of the popular protests caused by the then opposition Unity Labour Party. The trade union movement and civil society organizations under the national banner, the Organization in Defense of Democracy. The protests came about due to the loss in popular support from Vincentians for the NDP, due principally to the passage of the Pension and Gratuities Bill, which was thought to favor politicians financially, and to socio-economic issues plaguing the society. When Sir James demitted office in 2000 and went into retirement, he was one of the longest-serving prime ministers in Caribbean history. Mr. Chairman, it is important to point out that the Right Honorable Sir James Fitz-Alan Mitchell was the nation's Minister of Foreign Affairs from 1984 to 1992. Therefore, he played a critical role in shaping the nation's foreign policy in the early post-independence era of our blessed nation. Even though history has shown that he was skeptical of St. Vincent and the Grenadines gaining political independence from Britain, Sir James had the distinct pleasure of leading the nation in the early post-independence era. He deserves credit for implementing policies and programs to uplift the people of the Grenadine Islands and the northwestern and northeastern areas of the country. Under colonialism, these areas were often neglected and remained virtually underdeveloped. This might appear to be a contradiction, but history has shown that during his time on opposition benches, even as he held in his hands the proposed Grenadines Declaration of Independence, which was an attempt for the islands of the Grenadines to secede from mainland St. Vincent, in the aftermath of the 1979 uprising on Union Island in the Grenadines, Sir James led a united St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Mr. Chairman, Sir James was a staunch regional integrationist. The constitution of his political party, the New Democratic Party, includes a clause mandating the party to achieve regional integration. Sir James believed in CARICOM and was also a firm supporter of both the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States and Windward Islands unity at the sub-regional level. Sir James believed in and always supported the Commonwealth, the African, Caribbean, and Pacific states, and our own organization, the OAS. Mr. Chairman, Sir James was a key player in the formation of the Caribbean Democratic Union, CDU, which is a grouping of conservative political parties in the region which are aligned with the International Democratic Union, IDU. During his time in office, at the height of the Cold War, Sir James was an ally of former US President Ronald Reagan and former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. He adopted some of their espoused policies on supply-side economics, but for pragmatic reasons, kept the state involved in some delicate matters, positioning the NDP as a center-right party. Sir James had a close alliance with notable former prime ministers of the region, such as Dame Eugenia Charles of Dominica, Sir John Compton of St. Lucia, Sir Kennedy Simmons of St. Kitts and Nevis, the Most Honorable Edward Seaga of Jamaica, and Sir Nicholas Brathwaite of Grenada. He has now joined some of them in the pantheon of great regional leaders in the great beyond. Mr. Chairman, at the end of the Cold War, while pressures were being brought to bear on Cuba, Sir James boldly established diplomatic relations with that country in 1992. Sir James was a supporter of peace during the civil wars in Central America, which faded by the late 1980s. He was also a staunch Democrat and did not support the Grenada Revolution. Notably, during his period in office, he often spoke out against communist contagion. Sir James even led a historic electoral observer missions in Nicaragua and Hungary. He also played a key role in the restoration of democracy in the Cooperative Republic of Grenada, in the Cooperative Republic of Guyana during the early 1990s. Further, his belief in democracy is one of the main reasons why he voluntarily stepped down as Prime Minister in 2000. During the 1990s, Sir James waged the banana wars against those in the United States whose banana companies encouraged governments in Latin America to challenge the European Union at the World Trade Organization on its preferential treatment of ACP banana-producing states. These valiant challenges, led by him and other regional leaders, were unsuccessful. This loss of preferential treatment, therefore, precipitated grave social and economic hardships in the banana-producing nations of CARICOM, when the markets were lost. Some of our countries have been left with vestiges of persistent poverty as a result. Mr. Chairman, Sir James's legacy, born of key policies which have left an indelible mark on St. Vincent and the Grenadines, includes his popular land reform program and infrastructure projects such as the cruise ship and ferry berth, airports in the Grenadine Islands, the concept of the community college, and projects in previously underserved areas of the country. The international financial services sector advanced during his leadership, as did the early diversification of the banana industry. At the regional level, he was instrumental in the formation of the Caribbean Agricultural Regional Development Institute, CARDI, a body which plays a critical role in the economic life and sustainable development agenda of the region. Sir James was still active in retirement. Whenever he was not busy running his hotels and writing, he was available to many political actors in the Caribbean region who often sought his advice. Sir James campaigned for some of these regional political parties, which were successful at the polls. He will also be remembered for his vigorous opposition campaign against the proposed draft constitution, which was put to the electorate in a referendum in 2009 in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. At the same time, he proved himself to be a nationalist and a devoted agronomist when, in the aftermath of the 2010 general elections, with his party being defeated, he reached out to Prime Minister Gonsalves to push for the establishment of a cocoa industry in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a proposal which was in his party's manifesto. Sir James was a frequent participant in radio and television interviews, always giving his views and providing solutions on matters of national, regional, and international importance. Prior to his death, and even before many governments around the world could even consider COVID-19 vaccine mandates, especially in critical sectors and for frontline workers in the public sector, Sir James was vocal in pushing for such policies. Additionally, Sir James was an active member of the Interaction Council, an independent, non-profit organization that brings together former world leaders to mobilize their energy, experience, and international contacts to develop recommendations and foster cooperation and positive action around the world. Within this body, he commanded the respect of his peers. Mr. Chairman, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Caribbean, and the Hemisphere have lost a titan. Most importantly, we cannot forget the family of Sir James, who sacrificed and loaned him to us over his many years in politics. In this period of national mourning, the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines extends deepest condolences to his family, friends, and supporters. Sir James, son Mitchell, has made his contribution to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Caribbean region, to the Hemisphere, and the international community. While he will be missed, he will never be forgotten. May he rest in peace. I thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, embajadora. Tiene ahora la palabra la delegación de Barbados.
Thank you, Ambassador. Barbados has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very, very much. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, permanent representatives, colleagues, all. To state that the Right Honorable Sir James Fitzalan Mitchell will be missed in the ongoing discourse on Caribbean and hemispheric socioeconomic development is to state the obvious. This giant of Hyrule left an indelible mark on Caribbean and hemispheric politics. Like Julius Caesar, he came, he saw, he conquered. His was not a swift victory as is attributed to Caesar in his battle at Zela. He continued to fight for the region's development into the 9th decade of his life, debating, writing, always hoping. This reference to Caesar is meant to denote the power and success of Sir James's work and the enduring effect that it had on his beloved Grenadines, primarily in the scope of the positive development of the Windward Islands Federation for more than half of a century. It has been stated that in heaven, everyone will know the people of the Grenadines because they're the ones that will want to go back home. And no doubt Sir James will be leading them all. An 8-time elected parliamentarian, Sir James served as Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines from July 1984 to October 2000, and as chair of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, the OAS, on 3 occasions, in 1985, in 1995, and in 1996. Sir James's contribution to the region is often measured in his strident commitment to the role of agriculture in the economic sectoral development mix. As an agronomist by training, he co-founded the Caribbean Agricultural Regional Development Institute, CARDI. His regularly articulated mantra was simply that the region had the wherewithal to be relatively self-sufficient in food production. To achieve this, he oftentimes stated that all that was necessary was to move the sector off the back burner of our development discussions and actions and to give it the pride of place that it deserved. Ensuring food security through the revolutionizing of our agricultural sectors meant more than just growing and transporting more crops and produce across our territories. Such a revolution, he stated, had the potential to assist not only farmers, the forgotten set of our oft-boasted small island advancement of prosperity, it would also serve to strengthen the regional transport system, both air and sea, a system that we had allowed to deteriorate, to simply limp along, he stated. This former Minister of Agriculture of his country for 5 years, from 1967 to 1972, used the regional banana industry as an example of the same. His most repeated statement in this regard was, and I quote, "For us to survive, agriculture must thrive," unquote. Improved agricultural output was one sure way to overcome many of the region's development challenges. An unapologetic regionalist, he never backed away from the notion that the countries of the Caribbean were simply stronger together. He stated until the day he passed that we continue to underestimate the power of our collective development actions in the region. In 1987, at the 8th Conference of the Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, he stated, "As I see it, we must have one flag, one anthem, and freedom of movement of people, services, and capital." These expressed sentiments were never solely confined to the Grenadines and its relationship with St. Vincent. Until the day he left us, he strongly urged for a Caribbean political union. In 1984, he advocated that the Grenadines should have seceded from St. Vincent. He never really wanted a separation. He simply sought to make the point that the development resources necessary for the Grenadines to thrive and to grow were not being shared fairly or proportionally. In 1985, as chairman of the OAS, he stated that Barbados should be admitted to the Union to help strengthen the Confederation and to give its people a greater opportunity for growth and prosperity. At another CARICOM conference, he referred to the OAS, the Organization of American States, as a splendid organization that gave we small people place and voice, an assertion that we would be well-minded to never forget in these hallowed halls. On a very personal note, I had the distinct privilege of interacting with this avuncular elder in a personal manner on numerous occasions. I met him for the first time in the year 2000, and even then he left an indelible mark on a young and impressionable politician. So James would regale us with anecdotes of his relationships and encounters with regional political giants of equal stature. To hear of arguments and spirited conversations with Barrow and Burnham or Williams was, to say the least, exciting and enthralling. His knowledge of and recounts of the intricate workings and unique machinations of Caribbean politics were not unusual when we met annually on his beloved Princess Margaret Beach on the idyllic, unspoilt Isle of Bequia. His was never a conscious, concerted effort to win political arguments, but to educate, to enlighten, to edify. That's one of the things that I miss most about this erudite, classy, professorial statesman. I look forward eagerly to my annual treks to Bequia. I form part of a regional group. We dubbed ourselves the Gone Clear Party. When we were in the Grenadines, we were free and clear of the challenging development weight of the world. There we understood better why these islands were the playground for the rich and famous and more. The Caribbean Isles have tangible, measurable worth that rebalances the globe, helps to eliminate the carbon that we contribute so little to generating, and lowers the temperature of both people and the planet. This also gives us more confidence that concepts like debt for nature swaps are real and financially viable. Our visits to Sir James's home, Helianthus, the palatial Arcadian villa overlooking the islands of Balisay and Mustique, were a must-do for my family and me. There we came to understand better why his desire was for one Caribbean. To him, Castro and Manly were simply different sides of the same coin, not really that far apart ideologically. Siamese twins, so to speak, in their evolutionary aspirations for the people of this hemisphere, kept apart by a few miles of water, but ultimately bonded by the philosophical notion that we were dealt a hand of bad cards by slavery, colonization, and other forms of oppression and exploitation. If we were going to give our people the best chance to cure these ills, it was their opinion that we had to do it together, very closely together, and engaging non-traditional actors in the fight, not by and through the policies or edicts fed to us by those who had caused our pain in the first place. His narration and his encounters with European royalty in these tiny isles, or his rubbing shoulders with developed country leaders, were never just casual or by the way. So James never genuflected or made obeisance to these types. No supine supplications. He simply held his ground, stated his position, and demanded that even though small, all countries were equal partners in global development. We needed to be
Embajador,
equals.
disculpe, estamos sobre el tiempo. ¿Pudiera ir concluyendo, por favor?
And we needed to be treated like
Ambassador, if you'd be so kind.
of our region was nothing short of sterling and supremely worthy of emulation. I will miss my friend. May he rest in peace. From the government and the people of Barbados and the CARICOM group, and in my capacity, we extend our condolences to the government and the people of the Grenadines and to his beloved family. I'm obliged to you, sir. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, embajador. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Chile.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you. Chile is recognized. On behalf of the Aladi Group, I would like to take the floor to pay a tribute to the memory of Sir James Fitzallen Mitchell, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a great patriot, a brave man who in 1984 was elected Prime Minister, re-elected twice thereafter, moved very strongly for the diversification of crops and the importance of food security in the environmental area as well. He was very much a patriot and a spokesman for the interests and the peoples of the Caribbean. We offer our condolences to the region, to his country, and to his family. On behalf of the Aladi Group, we will remember him very well, and through that, our affection for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Thank you. The delegation of Canada is recognized.
Mr. Chair, it was with deep sadness that we learned of the passing of the Right Honourable Sir James Mitchell, one of the founding fathers of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As was mentioned already, as the country's second Prime Minister, Sir James Mitchell was a dedicated public servant, representing his native Bequia in Parliament for more than 30 years, and a nation builder. He also had a connection with Canada, as our friend and colleague Ambassador Gilchrist mentioned. Sir James Mitchell had earned a bachelor's degree in agriculture from the University of British Columbia back in 1955. A passionate agronomist, a regional leader, Sir James Mitchell's legacy will live on through the Caribbean Agricultural Regional Development Institute, CARDI, which he helped to establish to improve the quality of lives of Caribbean people and the competitiveness of the regional agricultural sector. On behalf of Canada, I'd like to offer our deepest condolences to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to the mission of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as well, mourning their late Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias, embajador.
Thank you, Ambassador. The delegation of Panama is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I take the floor yet again on behalf of the System for the Integration of Central America, the 6 countries that conform that group, SICA, in order to pay homage to the memory of Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Sir St. James Fitzallen Mitchell, who was, of course, a prime minister more than once, 1972 to 74, 74 to the sound of the ambassador is not good, missed the date, sorry. We recall his important contribution to the life of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He was a passionate parliamentarian. The Honorable James Fitzallen Mitchell worked very hard for the creation of institutions and the economic and social progress, not only of his own country, but of the Caribbean on the whole. He was an exemplar for the identity of the Caribbean, for the integration of that community into the broader ECHO, and the strengthening of ties between his country and indeed the Caribbean and this institution, the OAS. The ties of solidarity that he stood for were certainly felt in numbers of agencies of the Caribbean as Prime Minister and previously Minister of Finance. He contributed greatly as governor and alternate governor for the governors of the Bank of the Caribbean and as his heading of the OECS, Organization of the Eastern Caribbean States. His memory shall be honored, and I can assure you that his figure has inspired a great number of young people, citizens of the Caribbean, absolutely convinced that democracy is the way to go. And for that reason, we celebrate not only his life, but his legacy in this meeting of the Permanent Council, because he stands for solidarity. SICA stands to honor the Honorable Sir James Fitzallen Mitchell. He is an exemplary citizen of the hemisphere. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. The delegation of Mexico has the floor. Thank you very much. We join in this homage that is being paid to His Excellency Sir James Fitzallen Mitchell, who so well served his own country and international cooperation and development of the Caribbean. Mexico extends to his country and to his family our deep condolences at his passing and expresses the hope that he shall inspire numerous generations in the Caribbean. May his memory be found in the strength of CARICOM and in its ongoing success. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. Guyana, please.
Mr. Chair, SG, DSG, colleagues, Guyana is thankful for this opportunity to join in tributes to Sir James Mitchell. Sir James Mitchell, along with Prime Minister Sandy Ford of Barbados and Prime Minister Patrick Manning of Trinidad and Tobago, had been designated by the heads of CARICOM to be the midwives in Guyana at the delivery of a new government in Guyana on the holding of our October 1992 elections. No doubt they hoped to ease the blow to our former President Hoyt and his supporters in conceding the loss to Dr. Jagan and the PPPC after 28 years of holding on to government office. All three of those leaders, and in addition, Dr. Jagan and Mr. Hoyt, are now passed on. An era is passing with the passing of Sir James Mitchell. Mr. Chair, it had so happened that the privatization that President Hoyt embarked on after 1985 as part of the ERP, Economic Recovery Program, the rice mill at Anna Regina had been acquired by some combination of the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, along with a number of its citizens. And Sir James had been using the occasions of his visits to visit that rice mill. And as it happened, in the day after the elections, the day after the announcement of the results of the elections, I was designated to accompany Sir James to make a visit to that rice mill. We spent the day together, and I heard from him some tall stories about schooners running up, bootlegging schooners to America and so on. I thought that he wanted to impress me and to let me know that the buccaneer spirit was still alive and well in him. And Dr. Cherry Jagan had spoken a number of times bemusedly of Sir James' daring play after an election in SVG, when he, with one seat himself, and the two other parties having 3 seats each, he offered a coalition with whichever party would support him to be prime minister. And the rest is history, as they say. Our thanks, my thanks, to Sir James Mitchell, along with PM Sandyford and Patrick Manning, for the role they played in shepherding Guyana and Guyanese during that dangerous transition of October 1993. Our condolences to the government and people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I thank you.
Muchas gracias, embajador. Tiene ahora la palabra el secretario general, don Luis Almagro.
Thank you, Ambassador. I give the floor to Secretary General. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
James Mitchell of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, one of the foremost leaders in the Caribbean's independence and integration movements. Sir James was a giant of a political figure in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in his time and devoted to his people, from whom he undoubtedly sought inspiration for his leadership. Sir James was elected to lead his country for the first time in 1972 and again in 1984. Mr. Mitchell was re-elected on 3 subsequent occasions, in one instance, winning all the seats in the National Assembly. He was also foreign minister from 1984 until 1992 and retired as prime minister and from active politics in 2000. Sir James has been the last remaining parliamentarian who had served at the time of independence in 1979. Former Prime Minister Mitchell was a staunch integrationist of CARICOM and the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, both of which he helped to nurture in their early days and which he had the privilege to chair as Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines on several occasions. He was a constant presence at CARICOM heads of government meetings, but he also supported the concept of a wider integration of the Caribbean basin, embracing all the countries that border the Caribbean Sea. Sir James was also a firm believer in freedom, human rights, and free expression of the will of the people. He was a humble politician. He was also a family man, proud of his children and their own accomplishments. Conclusion. Former Prime Minister Sir James Mitchell was a distinguished political leader, regionalist, author, and servant of the people who has left his mark on the region. He loved the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a point which current Prime Minister Dr. Ralph Gonsalves made in his moving tribute to him at the St. Vincent parliamentary session this past Monday. I join others in extending condolences to the family of Sir James Mitchell and to the government and people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the passing of the country's second Prime Minister. Be assured that his contributions would not be forgotten. May he rest in peace. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias, señor secretario general.
I thank the Secretary General and I thank all of the delegations for their remarks. Moving on to the next item of today's order of business. And I would like to greet and give the floor to Ambassador James Lambert, officer in charge of the Art Museum of the Americas, who will speak to us about the achievements of the museum during the COVID-19 pandemic. You have the floor.
Secretary General Mendez, distinguished delegates, and thanks to you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to brief members of the Council on the state of the Art Museum of the Americas and the value that it can offer to the Organization of American States and to the individual members and observer delegations. I think it's particularly fitting to do so today on the day that commemorates human rights, given the high value that we all place on the right of freedom of speech and expression and the historical and very brave role that artists have played in the vanguard of defending those same rights. Many of you know and have worked closely with the Art Museum of the Americas. Indeed, I can report that in the last 2 years alone, we have mounted expositions at the request of and with the direct collaboration of over 15 member states. But I am conscious, however, that those delegations who have arrived since the pandemic lockdown may not yet have had the opportunity to fully familiarize themselves with this institution and what it can bring. This presentation and that of the museum's newly appointed director, Adriana Ospina, are intended to put that into the perspective of the current sustainability plan that we're implementing and to underline the critical requirement for member state engagement to support the same project. So the Art Museum of the Americas was initiated as a cultural program in 1917 and over time has developed an unparalleled collection of modernist and abstract art from Latin America and the Caribbean. Many of you will have heard of the famous Cuban-born director, Jose Gomez Sicre, who led the program in the 1950s and 60s, turning the Art Museum of the Americas into a crowded workshop of emerging artists of the Americas. And many of these people left works for our collection from their initial expositions in the OAS, little knowing the value that these gifts would represent as their careers blossomed and their fame grew. And for this reason, our collection includes the work of artists who would become undisputed masters. Cislo from Peru, Orozco and Siqueiros from Mexico, Mata from Chile, Petoruti from Argentina, Amelia Peleas from Cuba, or Abularach and Merida from Guatemala, to name just a few of them. And as the organization expanded in the 1960s and 1970s to embrace the newly independent states of the Caribbean, the collection also grew and gave voice and recognition to artists such as Everlad Brown of Jamaica or Brent Malone of the Bahamas. So from the outset, art was intentionally deployed, not just for its aesthetic quality, but as a means of expression addressing the existential issues and challenges faced in the Americas. For example, this painting, that I hold up here, the Vigil for a Dead Student by Alejandro Obregón of Colombia, speaks to the 50 years of civil violence in that country with a defiance and clarity that words cannot easily replicate. But perhaps the most ambitious expression of this deliberative evocation of education through the arts is the 500-meter mural, The Roots of Peace, set out in the late 1950s by Uruguayan master artist Carlos País Villaró in the tunnel that joins the main and administration buildings, which is composed of 10 individual sections, each describing a specific area of OAS activity at that time. Unfortunately, after that rather auspicious beginning, from the 1980s onwards, there was an erosion of funding and inconsistent oversight that led to a period of decline, which impacted not only on the visibility of the collection, but its actual state of conservation. Active acquisition ended, converting the collection into a historical artifact rather than a living and breathing expression of our shared reality. The museum and also the Columbus Memorial Library, which had operated as important funded programs within the General Secretariat, became appendages respectively of the offices of the Secretary General and the ASG, where they lacked concerted management oversight. While not entirely rectified, this unfortunate deterioration has turned around markedly since 2015. So before I turn to the AMA's newly appointed director, Adriana Ospina, who will talk about recent initiatives and the visibility that we have garnered in ramping up our virtual offerings during the pandemic, let me mention two key factors responsible for this turnabout. First of all, there is you, member states, who in 2015 authorized a reorganization that returned the AMA and the CML to the General Secretariat, charging the Secretariat for Hemispheric Affairs with mandates to sustain and develop both. This provided the opportunity not only to apply modern strategic management disciplines, but to develop deliberative approaches to achieve sustainability, including by seeking outside funding. Second, in advancing the agenda of more rights for more people, Secretary General Almagro challenged us to return the AMA to the ambitious practices of the past, in particular to link our cultural activities and outputs more systematically to the 4 pillars of OAS activity. A perfect example of this was the exhibition launched last week by Ambassador Luz Helena Baños Rivas of Mexico, using the works of 15 celebrated Mexican women artists to illustrate the challenges addressed by their sisters across the hemisphere. So before I finish, let me set out just a few of the concrete accomplishments associated with the AMA sustainability strategy. A critical element of this since 2015 has been to establish the professional credentials and recognition of the AMA as a museum. To do so, we began a 5-year process of seeking accreditation with the American Alliance of Museums, who are known to set the highest standards in best practice and ethical procedures. Accreditation required us to address long overdue issues, such as disabled access. It also required us to rectify several other major weak points, including the fact that the collection had not been appraised in more than 30 years. This meant there was a dramatic underinsurance in the event of any damage, either here at the OAS or when traveling to other museums. Julia Diaz Asper, a longtime supporter of the museum, arranged for Sotheby's auction house to provide pro bono services in appraising the collection, helping us to verify its present day value. Another major failing was the absence of an up-to-date catalog of the collection, which is actually a necessary tool if you want to be approaching potential sponsors. Again, with the support of outside friends of the Art Museum, we were able to come up with $70,000 to produce, edit, and print a new catalog. And this had cascading benefits, as once the textual and graphic materials from the catalog were available in digital form, Univision then agreed to finance assistance to permit us to publish this material in the web, enabling people and scholars from all over the world to access its content. We've also begun serious work on the renewal of our collection, the conservation of artworks, and the upkeep of the museum's infrastructure. A specific weakness of the collection was identified in the limited holdings from the newer members of the organization from Canada and the Caribbean. Happily, relationships established with the Canada Council of the Arts led to a donation of 150 works of art on the 150th anniversary of Canada's Confederation, valued at hundreds of thousands of dollars, but more importantly, closing a significant gap in our collection. And the visibility of Caribbean works of art has also been improved with important donations received from Guyana and the decision by Secretary General Almagro to put Caribbean art on permanent exhibition in the Delegates Lounge in the main building. Regarding conservation, again, thanks to the support of the Chinese Observer Mission, the mural Roots of Peace was carefully restored to its original luster, and this important rescue was documented in a film made possible by the generous financial support of the Observer Mission of Spain. Professionalization of our fundraising efforts is also a critical issue, and in this regard, I'm pleased to report that the Washington office of the legal firm Arnold & Porter has carried out on a pro bono basis work valued at more than $100,000, leading to the launch of a new 501c3 organization entitled the Society for the Advancement of the Art Museum of the Americas, under the direction of the former chair of the board of the Bronx Museum and museum advisor, Mrs. Laura Blanco. We expect this nonprofit fundraising organization will become not only an important source of financial support, but will work closely with your missions, which brings me to my final point, the critical support that we receive from members and observer missions. So missions are not only important allies in planning expositions, they're also key contributors in promoting collections in their own countries and helping us to identify partners there. In this regard, prior to the pandemic, the informal ambassadorial AMA support group was very important, and I would like to acknowledge the role played by Guatemala's permanent representative, Rita Claverie, in that regard, and the enthusiastic support that she was able to generate within the Permanent Council and observers. And as we relaunch our efforts post-pandemic, she will be passing this torch to Ambassador Carmen Monton, who leads the Spanish Observer Mission to the OAS, and it is our plan, with her graceful agreement and hospitality, to invite permanent representatives and observers to an event in January to explore how we can work more systematically with your missions to ensure the Art Museum of the Americas lives up to its potential and your expectations of us. First topic of conversation will be to introduce heads of mission to the leadership of this new 501c3 fundraising body and its president, Laura Blanco, to engage your support in the renaissance of the Art Museum of the Americas. I will stop there, Mr. Chairman, and if you agree, turn it over to Ms. Ospina. We're of course open to receive comments and questions from delegations, which we can answer, if not now, at any time that delegations should wish.
Muchas gracias, embajador Lambert, por su presentación. A continuación.
I thank you, Ambassador Lambert, for your remarks, and give the floor to Adriana Ospina, Officer in Charge of the Art Museum of the Americas. You have the floor. Chairman of the Permanent Council, thank you very much for giving us this time. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, permanent representatives, and other participants, it's a privilege for me to be here with you. In March of 2020, we bore witness to something remarkable. After many years, the museum was reopened. Unfortunately, had to close because of the pandemic. It's now we use our channels of social networks to continue showcasing the art holdings we have. We have held more than 20 virtual exhibits, and we continue to seek out ways to serve the member states, offering a platform for visual arts, including in the midst of a worldwide pandemic. We work hand in hand with the OAS offices, the missions, and other collaborators. We have turned this museum into a virtual opportunity for dialogue and exhibits at a time in which many of us were physically in lockdown for public security and health. This new window in our holdings was quite unique. Let me talk about some of the exhibits that we have held over the last couple of months. Working with the In Art We Trust Foundation, we presented an exhibit called Quarantine, 40 Days and 40 Nights. Cindy Pavon and her exhibit addressed the first 40 days of the pandemic with historic images, showcasing other artists. This project talks about humanity and hope, addressing the vulnerability of this couple. One of the aspects that we addressed was to have the technical ability to show online how the exhibit would show if the pictures were hung on our walls. Based on this Pavon exhibit, we were able to enable our participants to imagine that they were at the museum, visiting not only each one of the pieces of art, but to actually get a sense of the physical space. The press gave us quite good coverage, especially the Washington Post, on these exhibits. It met with was a resounding success with the public. Topics such as immigration and inclusion were addressed, and Together is another exhibit, 30 Years of Canada at the OAS, organized by the Canadian Mission, a virtual view of the museum, asking visitors to look with us Indigenous peoples' issues, gender, and other aspects of our exhibit. We work together with the Chilean Argentine missions on this exhibit, Southern Dialogues. Once again, we collaborated with the Mexican mission in this exhibit, En Contrastes, Men and Women of Mexico, Guatemala, co-sponsored. Carlos Merida exhibit. Here we see highlighted the work of this artist that, going back to the 40s, I had a close relationship with the OAS, playing a decisive role in Guatemala through its murals, his murals. We recreated some of those murals in 3D. Now, we did expect that for the duration of the pandemic, our doors would be closed, but through the social networks, we were able to reach the world. People from the hemisphere and the world visited us. On our social networks, we have more than 10,000 parties that visit us regularly. We work daily to continue with our commitment vis-a-vis member states and beyond with a more sound and exciting series of exhibits. We promote our permanent exhibit along with others, working with Brazil, for example, Central America, SICA, Ecuador, and Peru. We hope to honor the artists of each one of the member states, and we have done just with this recent collection. With the Assistant Secretary General's office, we carried out a number of exhibits on Indigenous Peoples of the Americas, Inter-American Week as well, on Afro-descendants in the Americas. In the delegates room, we have installed an exhibit of some important Caribbean pieces of art from our permanent collection. The Haitian Liberator is shown here. We are one of the only OAS offices now open to the public, and we opened in the summer, and so we reopened the museum with exhibit No Ocean Between Us, Art of Asian Diasporas in Latin America and the Caribbean, working with international arts and artists, showing some of the permanent pieces that we have. This exhibit was visited by ambassadors of Japan and China, and this exhibit also traveled to a number of other museums. No Ocean Between Us was also praised by Washington Post. Our mission is to serve our members and to align our work with the 4 pillars of the OAS to help to disseminate, divulge the message of our organization to a broader audience. Last month, we responded to a request by the Secretary General to mount an exhibit titled Advancing Toward Renewal of the Americas, honoring the host country of the General Assembly, Guatemala, the 9th Summit of the Americas. Next year, we will also exhibit. We invite all of the member states to support these initiatives, and we continue with our mission to ensure that the museum supports innovation, dialogue, democracy, inclusion of all people, regardless of their race, class, gender, sexual orientation, or capacities. It's an honor to work with the director and with, with you at the museum. Thank you very much. I thank you for your presentation, Ms. Ospina. I open the floor to delegates. And I would please ask you to be very brief. I ask you respectfully. I give the floor to Mexico. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mexico would like to express thanks for the presentations we've just heard, recognizing the very valuable work done by AMA, highlighting the artistic aspects of the countries of the Americas. We praise the professional team working at the Art Museum of the Americas. We commend Adriana Ospina, and we offer our recognition to her performance and the quality of her work. It's great to see more women in positions of leadership. Mexico will continue to seek that the same happens throughout our organization. The museum is not just a place where we can talk about countries' soft power, countries of the OAS, but it's also a forum where we can look at some very important topics through art, and that assists in our calls to action. The permanent mission in Mexico and AMA have worked throughout the pandemic to present a number of exhibits. The first held virtually from March 8th to April 7th this year, titled A Contrast, Men and Women of Mexico in the Museum of the Americas, where daily each one of the 31 pieces were shown. That's also where we held a discussion on Mexican women's participation at the OAS, in which 4 Mexican women who work at the organization were showcased, and they talked about challenges in their professional development. In 2020, in March, a resolution was adopted to seek to have more women working at the OAS. Now, Women in All Their Diversity was another exhibit. 34 different pieces were exhibited that belong to the permanent holdings of the AMA. These were 18 different Mexican artists whose works were on exhibit. And this, by showing the artwork of women, goes to show the importance we place on intersectoral approach to addressing or tackling discrimination against women, be it for sex or gender. We see the American Convention Against All Forms of Discrimination and Tolerance also represented in that exhibit. My delegation reiterates its thanks to Ambassador James Lambert and Adriana Ospina and your team for showcasing our heritage and fostering a dialogue. And I would urge member states to use this museum more frequently, to visit it more frequently, and that we also endow it with more resources for it to do its work. Thank you. Peru is recognized. Thank you. We would like to thank the two speakers, James Lambert and Adriana Ospina, for their presentations, and we also recognize the very worthwhile work that they do through the Art Museum of the Americas. We'd also like to thank you for your support in holding the virtual exhibit, Modern Peruvian Art, held June 15 to August 3rd, focusing on Peruvian art, graphics, Peruvian women artists. This was an exhibit that was broadly covered by the media. We thank you for your support. Peru thanks you, and hopefully you can continue to carry out similar exhibits this year, or next year rather, as you did this year. I give the floor to El Salvador. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of El Salvador thanks Ambassador Lambert and Ms. Adriana Ospina for presenting that report on the Art Museum of the Americas, reflecting the work done in compliance with your mandate of preserving through modern and contemporary art, a permanent cultural exchange among member states based on the 4 pillars of the organization. We bore witness to your hard work over the last few years carried out by both James Lambert and Adriano Ospina. We thank them and recognize the support they've given to the different initiatives over the last year during very difficult times owing to the health crisis in which virtual means have become a valuable tool for showcasing the art at the museum. We support an El Salvador AMA, and we will continue, hopefully, through 22, bring our countries together through culture and art. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. The delegation of Canada has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Canada would like to thank Secretary Lambert and Director Ospina for bringing to the attention of the Council the numerous achievements of the Art Museum of the Americas. As the Secretary correctly pointed out, the Museum of the Americas is a beloved institution of the OAS, proudly representing the cultural beauty and diversity of our region. Canada has had the pleasure of collaborating with the Museum of the Americas on several occasions, including the donation by the Canada Council for the Arts of 150 Canadian works in honor of the 150th anniversary of Confederation. And more recently, on the virtual exhibit, Together, 30 Years of Canada at the OAS. And every time we have been impressed by the professionalism of the museum team and its dedication to the museum's mission. Quelques mots en français, Monsieur le Président. Le Canada salue particulièrement la discipline apportée par la direction depuis 2015, notamment la mise en œuvre d'une stratégie.
We particularly greet since 1975 the insistence on sustainability and upgrading the Museum of the Americas up to the Association of American Museums. We have been most impressed by the capacity to really take advantage of the best projects like high-class catalogs and with necessary exterior support, external support where necessary. We also greet the Society for the Advancement of the AMA, which aims at professionalizing and improving fund collection. We very much encourage the ambassadors in their informal group to lend their support, and we're particularly pleased to thank the ambassador for Spain for her signal efforts to that end. Let me end by saying that we thank the Art Museum of the Americas for its long collaboration with Canada. We consider ourselves a strong partner, and we will have work together taken from the Canadian collection in an exhibit that will be launched in January. And needless to say, you will all be warmly invited. Thank you. Thank you very much, Canada, says the chair. I now am pleased to give the floor to the delegation of Uruguay. Thank you. Well, I certainly want to join in these words of appreciation expressed to the AMA for everything that's been done to upgrade it and polish it. I think that the old-fashioned definition of a classical museum that most of us can think of focused very much on conservation and the exposition or an exhibition of various artworks at particular points in time. That's passé. That's no longer what's at the cutting edge of what people understand to be the function and the raison d'etre of a museum such as this. And there is where the AMA is really, I think, plugging into the conjoining of what is aesthetical but what is cultural and the present narrative as a hemisphere in which we find ourselves. And there, too, I applaud the museum for catching it, for getting it, as it were, and for through the various exhibitions that have been put forward, of various media that are being used, there is a beautiful channeling of these important thoughts to the rest of us. There have been a number that have been spectacular. I don't shrink from the word. So thanks to delegations that have been particularly supportive, such as Canada, and I can only hope that as we move forward, we can think of how we might open the museum more to the public through social networks, as has been hinted. I think that's a terrific challenge and well worth taking up. Why? Well, because look, at the end of the day, the enormous scope and heft of social networks can only help in a particular context, of course, and in the confines of artistic expression that is what it is. I think we'll all benefit the message that we are here to share and that we weren't able to share in the same way heretofore. So I just wanted to say that for what it's worth, and to applaud the work that's being done and to encourage further thinking out of the box. Let's keep doing it. I think it's great. You know, certain things aren't as clear as we would like them. Who has a crystal ball to tell us where the pandemic will take us? But let's be hopeful. And quite frankly, the museum has always been a strong voice for openness. So let's go there. Of course, we know that a lot will hinge on the public being able to come. That's the unknown. But I think we're very much on the right road, and I thank you so much for bending over backwards with tremendous efforts being made by Adriana Ospina and the support by James Lambert. So bravo to you both and to everybody working with you. Way to go. Thank you. Thank you, Ecuador, Uruguay. Guatemala has the floor. Thank you. The delegation of Guatemala is very grateful for the presentations that we've just heard on the part of the representative of Hemispheric Affairs, Ambassador James Lambert, and Ms. Adriana Ospina, heading up the Art Museum of the Americas. We think it's a very great triumph to have been able to do as much as was done during the pandemic last year. The year before and the year that was just about to end, our present year, 2021, worked on working in the virtual modes and understood that the pandemic should not be a permanent obstacle to this museum, as it has been to others who in fact had to close their doors permanently. So virtual reality has been the way to go. And we think that the vast diversity of the collection has been well showcased, and so too our vision of the world. The director, Adriana Ospina. The interpreter regrets the sound is almost impossible to render fully. I get bits and pieces, doing my best. Guatemala Viva, Guatemala Alive, was greeted with a great deal of enthusiasm, an important contribution of Guatemalan art. And it's wonderful to know that we now can access these treasures from anywhere. This was launched in the mark of the independence of my country, and it was the first activity that we launched into when the museum got going again in 2020. We think these innovative technologies can do a great deal alongside traditional art. Why not? So Guatemala is very grateful for what has been done, and also this statement on the modern art museum that we are pleased to support, and this within the 51st General Assembly. As Director Ospina has explained, at the time, we showed Carlos Mérida and Rita, two premier artists of Guatemala, from the 9th to the 30th of November. So that shows that when we follow sanitary protocols, it's possible to go back to a world we know well and miss. So we applaud the efforts that have been done. This magnificent and the oldest of the Latin American Caribbean contemporary art museums in the hemisphere. We're very grateful also to the ambassador for Spain, who has been spearheading a lot of this work, and others who helped in the interim presidency of or chairmanship of the support group. And thank you very much to the General Secretariat and the AMA group, which certainly holds high the value of art and the value of this organization. Thank you. Thank you, Guatemala. Let me finally give the floor to the permanent observer for Spain. Thank you. I want to congratulate Ambassador Lambert for his support of the Museum of Art of the Americas and the manner in which the challenge of adapting to the pandemic has been taken up. And also bravo to the new director, Adriana Ospina, who's certainly offering a new image where the doors are always open and where increased accessibility to the treasures of the museum through the virtual reality is very welcome. And I hope very much that this invitation that is being offered will be heard and received by everybody. To Fabian and others, I cannot list everyone who has made this possible. But let me simply say that we are delighted to pick up on the text from Guatemala, our beloved Ambassador Rita for Spain. It is an honor and a privilege to succeed her as head of this effort. And we look forward to moving to greater and greater strengths for the AMA. For Spain, certainly, it is a privilege and a real kick, I should say, to be able to do this. And finally, last but not least, I want to say, let me underscore the excellent cooperation that we have had to know better the mural, Raíces de Paz, the Roots of Peace, that have been restored as it was originally painted by the distinguished Uruguayan painter. Also, the emphasis on the work against gender violence. It was organized together with Spain and the Dominican Republic. Let me say again, it is a high honor for Spain to be able to walk with you and to assist in moving forward in this critical cultural work of the OAS. Thank you, Ambassador Lambert, and thank you, my dear Adriana. Thank you, Ambassador. In the absence of any further comments under this item, let me again thank Ambassador Lambert and Director Ospina for the presentations. And we can only underscore that welcome mat, the existence of the welcome mat, that is inviting all to learn more about arts in this Western Hemisphere. The chair suggests that we take good note of these presentations from Ambassador Lambert, Ms. Ospina, as well as the rich commentary that has been offered by various delegations. Without objection, it will be done accordingly. Moving right along, we now have the presentation of the yearly report of the Secretariat on Access to Rights and Equity. And here I'm pleased to give the floor to Mari Carmen Plata, who is the Secretary, and we look forward to hearing you. Go right ahead. Thank you, Ambassador Fiallo, and greetings to the Assistant Secretary General and to everyone who is still on the call. We are pleased to be able to put forward this third yearly report of the Secretariat for Access to Rights and Equity. The issues that we are picking up here gathers the views of member states, permanent observers, and others who are following our strategic plan for 2021 and 2019 to 2021. I'll be underscoring the highlights. We wanted to be sure that our hemispheric dialogue would make clear what we've done in 24 work meetings and key agents that have been meeting all along to move forward in the implementation of the human rights policy in the region. We have served as a technical secretariat for numbers of different groups, including the management group on health and CEDIS and others over this period. As the technical secretariat for the Inter-American Commission on Social Development, CEDIS, we have also worked on the action plan of Guatemala, have offered support to the Dominican Republic for the next headquarters for the next REMNES in October of 22. We also are speaking to the project that Costa Rica and others who are receiving migrants are carrying forward with the support of the Spanish and Korean foreign ministries, such that this may serve as a model for others. Also, in terms of forced disappearance, we are supporting the works of the NIPS together with Spain. Guatemala as a pro tem chair, and the UNHCR has held the first major conference on the subject with great support from Spain, and we thank this also from the OAS.
Of Trinidad and Tobago to present the resolution entitled Renewed Commitment to Sustainable Development in the Americas Post-COVID-19 at this year's General Assembly. We appreciate the spirit of collaboration behind this initiative and look forward to continuing the scope of collaborative work therein defined. En el marco de nuestro segundo objetivo, generar bases de conocimiento e información sobre
framework of our second objective, I want to speak on information on legislation and best practices. We've looked at the prevention against the discrimination and violence against LGBTI persons. This we put before the CIJP. Also, follow up and implementation on the American Declaration on the Rights of the Peoples of Indigenous Peoples and the Plan of Action on the same 2017-2021. Also put before the CIJP. We have underscored the situation of persons with disabilities in the Americas and the impact of COVID-19. Many member states were valuable contributors. Under the third point, we're looking at how the standards and best practices of the Inter-American system can be buttressed. We've worked on courses online and various other means by which these digital platforms can serve as help. As a technical secretariat on the working group of the Group of San Salvador, we are also offering help to more than 150 governmental representatives who are members of the same. We're working in such things as the Week for the Representatives of Indigenous Peoples in the Americas. We have worked here in the Permanent Council and the CIJP to move to ensure that American Convention Against Discrimination and all forms of intolerance and discrimination against elder persons are also taken into account, and the decade on healthy aging that PAHO has supported, and Mexico and the Arts of the Americas, as we have just also heard, underscoring the importance of ratification.
outcomes. We have reached 636 registered civil society organizations in the OAS roster and received 335 civil society organizations at the 51st General Assembly Dialogue, reflecting diverse views and work among 31 coalitions. To prepare for such dialogue, we organize sessions to receive inputs and civil society alignment with the collective work on renewal of the Americas as the theme of our General Assembly. We continue to work towards expanding the opportunities of collaborating with and engaging OAS civil society. Among others, we are glad to join the CIM and the Secretariat of Hemispheric Affairs with the support of Canada on efforts to promote women's participation in the upcoming summit's process. Para concluir, nuestro quinto objetivo estratégico corresponde al fortalecimiento.
To end, let me turn to the fifth strategic objective, which is to intensify efforts of institutionalized strengthening with the Secretariat to keep working for more rights for more people. We can only hope that this will take place both in the public and private spheres. We are very open to the views of the member states and stay in very close touch with the different areas of the organization. And we can only hope that 2020 we'll be able to go forward with initiatives that will look for greater integration and collaboration. Let me also underscore the very high level of commitment and vocation that is clear in the work that we've carried out among in terms of voluntary funds. Paulina Colominas and others are very much in mind as I offer you a small video to close this overview of what we've been doing.
Gracias a la cooperación de la OEA y el Departamento de Inclusión Social, el país cuenta con un proyecto que refuerza las capacidades de las personas encargadas de realizar trámites para la recepción de personas migrantes y de personas refugiadas.
Este proyecto formó un antes y un después en mi emprendimiento, ya que me brindó herramientas muy necesarias para el crecimiento de este.
La atención de casos críticos, sobre todo en los pasos fronterizos, es una realidad que merece conocerse. Gracias a la OIM y a la OEA por hacerlo posible.
Este diplomado le da un lugar fundamental, el lugar de la inclusión social y el acceso de derechos a todas las personas sin ninguna discriminación. La pandemia ha marcado un retroceso en los indicadores de presente y ha acentuado.
The pandemic has deepened inequalities. Thank you, Mari Carmen, for your presentation, for the video. I now offer the floor to the delegations, and I am taking the liberty yet again to beg you to be brief. Panama, please. I will do my best to be brief, says Panama. We appreciate the presentation that Secretary Plata has just shared with us, and at the same time, we very much underscore the very timely work of the Secretariat for Access to Rights and Equity, never more important than in the pandemic era, where we know that inequality has grown. A hemisphere which, as we know well, is known as the most unequal in the world. 2% of the budget of this organization is dedicated to this, and look how much it seeks to do. 30% of the objectives of the organization are what is at stake. Through the programs and the projects, through building capacity and garnering additional support of the member states to benefit the most vulnerable, it's very ambitious and is very much at the heart of what we all aim to do in working towards meeting the 2030 agenda. The work of this Secretariat is horizontal. It touches on every single goal of this organization, I believe. And that is why it's so important to avail ourselves of it, as it helps each one of us member countries in meeting our own obligations in terms of human rights. We congratulate you in the work you've done for access to rights and equity, and I can certainly applaud the entire team that is working so hard to making your work visible and to ensure that our slogan is actually true: more rights for more people, so no one is left behind. May it be so. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. The delegation of Honduras is recognized. Thank you, and hello, everyone. Secretary, Assistant Secretary General, and everyone, thank you for this presentation of the yearly report on behalf of the Secretary for Access to Rights and Equity. I too want to underscore how important that task is, working especially to assist the most vulnerable at this time of ongoing pandemic and the new normal that we can hardly get used to. So, not least at the Department on Social Inclusion, these goals are really taking on ever greater relevance. Let me also then express our sincere gratitude for the work that has been done with SARI for migrants, for migration in Central America, bearing in mind that Honduras just recently has taken the chair, the pro tem chair of that effort. So I'm deeply grateful to the government of Spain for its contribution and everything that has been put at our disposal so this program has a chance of success. Thank you also to Secretary Mari Carmen Plata and her entire team in the SARI. It's a small team, but a mighty one, and probably will do even more. Bravo to all. Thank you. Thank you. The delegation of Colombia is next. Thank you, Chair. My delegation wants to say thank you to the Secretariat for Access to Rights and Equity for the work carried out in 2021, despite the difficulties that the pandemic has meant for everyone. It is quite laudable that the effort of SARI has absolutely stuck to the plan and done more and more in terms of citizen participation in the hemisphere. Colombia wishes particularly to highlight the activities that are aimed at ensuring safer and ordinary and regular means by which we can tackle the structural and root causes of inequities. The workshop for the exchange of best practices between Colombia and Spain, which attended to our situation at the border and how best we can assist migrants from Venezuela, shows the value added of SARI, the Secretary for Access to Rights and Equity, in this area, amongst others. We likewise then highlight the importance of the group on people who are displaced internally, persons who have been returned, people who are stateless and victims of human trafficking in America. To all of the actors that work in this very difficult area, we can only hope that more of the same will be offered in the coming year. Mr. Chairman, we are absolutely committed to continue working through 2022 and throughout 22, I should say, with Secretary Plata to boost the capacity for response of member states to the migratory flows in the hemisphere and to share best practices that Colombia has come to as it has faced its own challenges in this area. Thank you. Thank you, Colombia. The delegation of the Dominican Republic has the floor. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Our permanent mission wishes to seize this opportunity to warmly congratulate Mari Carmen Plata, head of the Secretariat for Access to Rights and Equity. The report is very well done. And so, too, the very hard work that has been carried out throughout the year for the benefit of the entire region in terms of social inclusion, citizen participation, and all of the innumerable cross-cutting issues that she has pointed out. I share what others have said who have already taken the floor and think that this report is very, very welcome in as much as this hemisphere has been particularly fraught and struck by innumerable number of migrants and great rise in extreme poverty, plummeting levels of food security, and everything that this pandemic still means for all of us, let's face it. 3 working plans that Saudi has pointed out have been particularly good. The workshops that have been held, the digital platforms that have been set up, the alliances and partnerships that have been struck, and the numbers of meetings that have been held over this period of time, despite the pandemic, are all worth hailing. So too, the efforts made by the Secretary for Access to Rights and Equity to garner more financial external financing. Of course, there are some areas that call for ever more urgent support for the region, as for instance, the Fund for Social Development. Let's use this opportunity so that every one of the member states present here can think hard as to what each one of us can do and do better in terms of technical cooperation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. The delegation of Ecuador has the floor. Mr. Chairman, Ecuador greets the Secretariat for Access to Rights and Equity and Ms. Mari Carmen Plata for all of the achievements that have been set forth in the report for 2021, and which has made it possible for us to understand better what is being done to close social gaps and attend to the structural inequities that are the hallmark of this region. We can only hope that the cross-cutting nature of Saudi's work can be buttressed and further strengthened as we move forward. For Ecuador's sake, I can only say that we were very pleased with the meeting that was held last October and the report that was shown that showcased my country. More than 64 delegates and 40 institutions from Ecuador participated at that meeting on how we can do more to buttress the rights of economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights, the DESCAs. I'd also like to underscore the importance of the meeting that was held that very month by Mari Carmen Plata and Ms. Munoz, Director of International Relations for Ecuador, at which agreements were struck as to ongoing work, joint work, to cooperate further in this important area. Finally, we also decided to join in further access to rights and equity in the digital milieu so that more and more representatives can participate within the 14 nationalities covered by the program. Let me close by again congratulating the work for the span of programs that have been done since 2019 to 2021, which were very warmly covered in this meeting, at this one and the previous ones. And we can only hope that all of these strategic aims will certainly serve to buttress rights and equity and human rights in the hemisphere. Bravo on the first plan of work. Interpreter regrets the ambassador's microphone, as always, is very patchy. Doing my best. We can only hope that we can continue to support the efforts of member states and to continue to promote social development and particularly the situation of people in particular vulnerability for the citizens of the Americas. Thank you.
Guatemala is recognized. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you again. We express thanks for the very detailed report that we have just heard and reiterate our commitment to the very important work that is being done, as well as the follow-through that's being done on that work, in keeping with the 5 objectives that have been set forth to tackle all of the challenges around these key issues. And so work has been organized in Guatemala according to its plan of action to overcome multidimensional poverty and to achieve equity. This is a roadmap toward social development. With the approval of that plan in Guatemala in 2019, we have been working very hard in implementing it with 3 working groups. I would underscore how important it is to contribute to the voluntary fund created for the Guatemalan Plan of Action and to ensure thereby sufficient funds to carry out the planned activities and to improve such policies in the region. Mr. Chairman, the member states of the OAS recognize the right to food and nutrition. In 2020, the resolution challenges for nutritional and food security in the Americas within the pandemic, seeking to strengthen cooperation as part of the mandate recommended. We offer our thanks to this project to ensure the right to food and food security in the Americas. In the first phase, it will be rolled out in Guatemala, and we call upon this states of the hemisphere to ratify this to ensure food security in Guatemala is key to us. That's why we have a 3-pronged approach: technical support, human rights, of which the right to sufficient food is one. On the last dimension, the annual report done by the Secretariat is commendable, underscoring best practices by countries in the region to ensure there be food security. Guatemala will share the actions that it's undertaking on this subject matter. Our school lunch program, for example, to ensure proper nutrition, ensuring that children during the COVID-19 pandemic receive food and stay enrolled, and to curtail short-term hunger. During the pro tempore chairmanship of Guatemala, the Technical Secretariat that is, my country saw firsthand the hard work being done by each one of the countries. That work was coordinated under the vantage point of a collective effort, including the private sector. Rotary International and the General Secretary of the OAS signed an agreement Other actions have been undertaken. The interpreter regrets to say that the sound quality is not sufficiently good for me to capture everything the ambassador is saying. We will promote the necessary structural changes to ensure the right that all people have to integral development. That's a big part of our current administration's policy, and the role of the Secretariat of Access to Rights and Equity. Guatemala calls upon member states' permanent observers to continue strengthening the work done by the Secretariat. It's of vital importance to our region to better tackle those matters of common interest in the Americas. Thank you. El Salvador is recognized now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would like to greet Ms. Maria Carmen Plata, Secretariat for Access and Rights and Equity. We thank her for the annual report that she just gave us. Now, despite limitations of financial and human resource available, we do our best to ensure in the hemisphere access to rights and equity We appreciate the ongoing work done by or through webinars or workshops, publications to strengthen the exchange of experience and national capacities to operate under the conditions of the pandemic. We would also like to express thanks for the support offered by the group of friends of persons with disability or disability of the OAS. The Safe Consumption Network, among other areas. We hope to continue working with the Secretary Plata in the upcoming year. Thank you. I thank you. Ms. Pineda of Venezuela is recognized. Nesa Pineda. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. The Venezuelan delegation would like to express thanks to Ms. Maria Carmen Plata, Secretary for Access to Rights and Equity, for the detailed support that she has given us, showing in detail the public public policies that have been put forward to ensure access to rights and equity in favor of upholding the rights of the most vulnerable and to ensure their inclusion. We saw this during the COVID-19 pandemic, which means that the work carried out in this area, and especially the Department of Social Inclusion, it has become increasingly more necessary in an organization. Our delegation appreciates the work carried out by that small team with a shoestring budget, has still shown its dedication, commitment, and cleverness in carrying out, resourcefulness in carrying out the mandate. The delegation of Mexico has the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mexico would like to express thanks for the annual report. We commend the Secretary, Ms. Maria Carmen Plata, for her leadership. Her report talks about the work done by her area to promote granting or ensuring the rights of all rights to all people and to achieve inclusion as an ongoing or constant for inhabitants of member states. My delegation would like to underscore the work done by the Technical Secretariat of the Commission on Migratory Matters and other thematic areas as the Technical Secretariat in support of the pro tempore Presidency of Mexico recognizes the work of that Secretariat to the group of countries friends of those with disability in order to achieve the publication of a report on human rights and prevention against violence and discrimination against LGBTI persons, as well as a report on following up on the implementation of the American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Plan of Action for 2017-2021, among others. Mexico appeals to member states to think collectively about how to carry out the necessary transformations to overcome the complex situation of inequality affecting our region, and that directly affects people's rights. We need to leave behind old models, adopt new paradigms of development with a social and humanistic viewpoint, promoting inclusion of all people in the defense of all their rights. Mexico reasserts its commitment to work collectively to that end. The work being done has been done very strategically to strengthen the priorities of the region. I thank you, Ambassador. Brazil has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for granting me the floor. On behalf of the Brazilian delegation, I would like to express thanks to Ms. Maria Carmen Plata at this Permanent Council meeting and for the report that she just gave us regarding the work done by that Secretary for Access to Rights and Equity this year. That presentation shows how important the Secretariat of Access and to rights and equity is. That importance is made even more clear over the last couple of years, in which the Secretariat supported us as we addressed and tackled the different consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, especially the worsening of inequalities of all types, the increase of extreme poverty and food insecurity, and the increase of refugees and migrants throughout our region. The role of the Secretary of Access and Rights and Equity, it's been shown how important it is to build bridges and to ensure dialogue, and that there be technical cooperation among states and civil society through different meetings, training courses, and production distribution of publications and reports on best practices at the national and international or regional level. So in addition to the round table on refugees that was already addressed by Ms. Mary Carmen Plata's presentation, I would like to underscore an initiative that's very important to Brazil, which is cooperation between SARE and those countries that make up the group of friends with persons with disabilities. Last March, a webinar was held in a regular session of the Permanent Council in commemoration of the International Day of Down Syndrome. Before that event, or because of the event, light was shed on this, greater visibility was given to this topic, and we learned about also access to vaccines, digital access, and promoting the autonomy of persons with Down syndrome in our region. This is part of the effort that seeks to definitively include that date in this organization's calendar as a means of broadening awareness on this topic. Crises can always offer opportunities, and so the Brazilian delegation would like to celebrate that the Secretary for Access and Rights of Equity has held in-person events to open up new channels to disseminate information and to achieve a larger, more diverse public in its different initiatives, including those that have to do with the COVID-19 pandemic. All that said, Mr. Chairman, I think it is important for us to continue to work to support, the Secretary for Access to Rights and Equity in the Hemisphere, and MIPS and RIAFRO and SADE and others. All these different initiatives are and will continue to benefit from institutional maturity of this youngest secretariat in the flowchart of the OAS. Thank you very much. I think the delegation of Brazil. The interpreter didn't hear who's been given Canada.
Monsieur le Président, on behalf of the delegation of Canada, I certainly want to thank very sincerely Secretary Plata for her presentation and for the important work undertaken by the Secretariat for Access to Rights and Equity, including the work done by the Department of the Social Inclusion with which I believe Canada enjoys very close collaboration. Your presentation highlights the challenges and work accomplished to protect the rights of people in situations of vulnerability, especially in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. You rightly note how the hemisphere was the most severely impacted by the pandemic and the effect this has had on the enjoyment of rights by citizens throughout the region. Le Canada est fier de travailler avec le secrétariat à l'adoption du texte sur le pouvoir de l'inclusion et les bénéfices de la diversité à chaque année depuis 2018 à la
and of Afro descendants and LGBTI persons, and having contributed to the first Academy held in March and April of this year. We are eager to continue working on this very ambitious work plan. I give the floor to Peru. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Peru joins in the recognition of the work carried out by the Secretariat for access to rights and equity, as well as access to rights and inclusion of the most vulnerable groups that have been hardest hit by the pandemic. We underscore, in addition to those activities, that is, we express thanks for the support given by the Secretariat along with IUCHR for their to have been presented during the first. There's sound coming from the floor, says the interpreter, making interpretation difficult. Now, this to showcase the problems regarding rights and needs, including including this topic in the organization's work plan. Peru reasserts its government's commitment to work with OAS to include this subject matter in the work by the organization next year. The World Day of Rare Disease will be celebrated next year, and hopefully the Americas will make a declaration as an important step forward to show what challenges we have in our continent on this topic. I give the floor to Costa Rica. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We thank the Secretariat for Access to Rights and Equity for the report we've just heard and the dedication that's shown during this last period, because all those topics are very important to us, such as human mobility. We reiterate once again that the support to the work carried out by the Secretariat and its staff, hopefully that will continue, that the work done in service of social inclusion will continue. Thank you, Ambassador. There not being any further requests for the floor, the Permanent Council takes note of the presentation made by the Secretary for Access to Rights and Equity and recommends, and those comments made by delegations. There not being any objections, it's so agreed. Now, moving on to the installation of subsidiary organs of the Permanent Council, according to Article 28 of our Rules of Procedure. In Article 14 as well, whose mandate will be of a year, and according to Article 57 of the Rules of Procedure, with the exception of administrative and budget, that is to be installed next year. There not being any objection, the permanent, this is so installed and so agreed. Moving on to item number 9 of today's order of business, referring to the election of the chair of the Committee on Juridical and Political Affairs for 2021-2022. The Permanent Commission of Guatemala and the SICA countries presented the candidacy of Ambassador Maria Roquebert Leon, Permanent Representative of Panama, to hold the chairmanship of CAJP during 2021-2022. That said, I offer the floor to delegations. Antigua Barbuda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Translation is a little difficult, but I see you having the same difficulty. I believe that you've just asked delegations to speak in the context of the recommendation that Ambassador Maria Roquebert Leon be appointed as the chairman of CJAP. If that is the case, sir, I would like to advise that the entire CARICOM group supports the appointment of Ambassador Rocaber Leon, for whom we have the highest regard and in whom we repose a great deal of confidence, with the absolute assuredness that she will serve us all very well. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, embajador. Tiene ahora la palabra la delegación de Guatemala.
Thank you, Ambassador. Guatemala has the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for giving me the floor once again on behalf of the SICA member countries and regarding the candidacy of the permanent representative of Panama before the OAS, Ambassador Maria Rocaber Leon, for 2021-2022. Ambassador Rocaber Leon has served the country for more than 20 years and has a vast professional academic trajectory internationally as well. She's a renowned lawyer, having studied law and political science at the Panamanian University. The International Cooperation Agency has also given her, she was a scholar before that organization. She has a postgraduate degree from the University of Panama and the International Association of Arbitration and Negotiation, as well as having worked in the European Institute of Industrial Relations, as well as in the University of Madrid. She has broad experience on handling cooperation projects for development of gender matters. She also has specialized information as a moderator to facilitate group discussions and strategic planning. As a citizen committed to the development of her country, she's had the opportunity to hold a number of public posts as Minister of Social Development and Coordinator of Social Matters in Panama. Within that organization, or this organization, she presided over the Permanent Council during the first half of 2021 and was the first vice chair of the CAJP. And this year, Ambassador has the academic background and experience, avocation for service necessary to lead and facilitate a consensus in the different negotiation processes that take place within the CAJP. Now, our delegation, on behalf of SICA, supports or presents the candidacy of Ambassador Maria Rocaber Leon. Thank you very much. I thank Guatemala, and I give Chile the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We also support Ambassador Rocaber. We wish her the best of success in this new post in presiding over CAJP. Thank you. Canada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the delegation of Canada and on behalf of Ambassador Atzet, and based on the presentation of Ambassador Rocabert's unquestionable qualifications for the position of President of the Commission on Political and Juridical Affairs, Canada would like to second the nomination. Thank you.
Muy bien, muchas gracias.
We thank you all for your interventions. So we are electing Ambassador Maria Rocaber Leon, Permanent Representative of Panama, for this presidency of CAJP chairmanship by acclamation. Thank you, or congratulations, Ambassador. We trust in your experience, your capability, and your commitment, contributing to the success by this committee. I would report to the delegation that at the next regular session, the election to the chairmanship interpreter did not hear that committee. Now, mandates. Distribution of mandates assigned by the 51st regular session of the General Assembly and other previous sessions. In document 575021, in compliance with Article 30 of the Rules of Procedure, I give the floor to any delegations that have any comments or observations to make regarding the document that I've just put to your consideration. There not being any comments, I would suggest that the Permanent Council approve the distribution of mandates assigned by the 51st regular session of the General Assembly. That is document CP Doc 5750/21. It is so agreed, there not being any opposition to that. The next item has to do with the approval of minutes. But I understand, based on information I've received, that you're not in a position to submit that to your consideration right now, so moving on to other matters. That is item 12. We have concluded today's order of business, and I give the floor to the delegations. Anyone who would like to raise any other matter, Bolivia is recognized. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. There's a topic I would like to raise that's very important to the Bolivian delegation, which I represent. As is broadly known, there is a complex dispute unresolved regarding electoral observation mission that the Secretary General offered regarding the 2019 elections in our country. I'm not going to delve into details. This is a topic that is broadly known by all the delegations. You, Mr. Chairman, that is this delegation, April 7th of 2021, 19th of July 2021, 29 July 2021, 9 September 21, 15 September 2021, September 27th, 2021, October 7th, 2021, and November 30th of 2021, 8 different communiques have been sent to you requesting, that is to the Secretary, the General Secretariat rather, that we be provided information about the legal parameters and canons under which that audit of electoral integrity was held in November of 2019 in Bolivia. You may recall that that request was made, that is norms of auditing, as well as the communication of those audit results, to also information regarding the scope of that audit, as well as any evidence that backs each one of the assertions that were included in the final report. Now, that audit was carried out by more than 30 staff members. There should be reports from them, and this topic was kept in as a matter of secrecy or confidentiality, and so this situation has called upon me to appeal to you as chair of the Permanent Council, one of the most important governing bodies of the OAS, to intercede. That's why I do this. I did so in writing, and now I'm doing it orally, and also the General Secretariat, which is a body supposedly that collaborates with states, and we requested that information requested be delivered. So throughout the year, the 6 months that I have been representing my country here at the OAS, I have heard countless times statements raised about the electoral observation missions, and something that is important to all of these processes is transparency. And to speak of transparency, you can't speak of transparency if public information that we request is not given to us. This is public information in the public domain, but should and then addresses very complex issues, and that has not been given to us. The representatives of the General Secretariat have not gone, they did not go to that academic event. That is, half of the ambassadors did go, but the staff members of the General Secretariat did not go, and we have not yet heard their version of what happened. And this is a case that had very serious consequences, and so I would appeal to you in your capacity as chairman of the Permanent Council to intercede vis-a-vis the General Secretariat and to the interest of transparency and to come clean. This was information we requested on 8 different occasions that that information, which should be public, be given to us. There should not be any confidentiality or secrecy regarding an electoral audit that exists for the purpose of serving all of the member states of this country. Thank you very much.
We take good note, Ambassador, of your statement, and I can assure you we will follow up on it. The delegation of Chile has the floor. The chair's mic is as if it were at the bottom of a well. Tremendous echo, the interpreter regrets. The ambassador for Chile, I would like to express with great enthusiasm the stellar leadership that you have offered us in heading up the chairmanship of the Permanent Council, you and your country, over this last quarter. It is an extraordinary experience to have seen such exemplary work, and it is quite fitting, I believe, that you should be warmly applauded and congratulated at this last Permanent Council under your leadership. Thank you very much, ambassadors, for your words, and I'm pleased to give the floor now to the delegation of Guatemala. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me take the floor yet again to appreciate your very kind words at the beginning of this session with regard to the tragedy that occurred in Tuxtla Gutierrez on the border with Mexico, where due to a presumed mechanical failure, more than 50 migrants and numbers of others were killed or gravely injured, most of them Guatemalans. We, of course, look to the well-being of our nationals abroad, and particularly now at such difficult times, the government has taken the following measures. The President of the Republic, Alejandro Gianmattei, has fulfilled the commitment of Guatemala to work together with Mexican authorities to ensure that there is a better understanding of what happened, and especially a return of the bodies of Guatemalan citizens to their homeland. The Pedro Monrovia of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Secretary of the Presidency and the Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are all working to that effect. One of the main reasons for that commission is to ensure that we can properly research, report on, and learn from this sad event, which stems from human error. We have visited numbers of hospitals where citizens remain in Tuxtla, Ciudad Adule, Arriaga, and others on the border with Chiapas, and also in the state of Tabasco, all of whom have sought consular protection. And we ask for the due attention of our citizens be granted and to keep their respective families abreast of any developments as to their well-being. This effort is being coordinated together with a special section of the Foreign Ministry of Mexico in conjunction with the Human Rights Commission. We thank Mexico very much for that effort. and for the efforts being made in Tuxtla Gutierrez, where, alas, there are a number of citizens of ours who are gravely ill, some to the point of death. We have asked that the National Registry for Persons send a specialist to Tuxtla specialized in consular affairs and such issues as these. Forensic specialists in Tuxtla Gutierrez have also been marshaled so that there is due recognition of the need to keep families abreast of developments. The rights of migrant persons, which falls under the Mexican law, is involved to fully identify Guatemalan citizens who have passed away. In 3 different localities, there are groups of family and friends that are there to help and to corroborate the identification of the sick and the dead. On Monday, the 13th of December, Guatemala issued a national day of mourning for those who died in this very regrettable accident. We thank everyone for the very kind words of condolence and support to the families of those who died, the families of those who are still gravely ill and sick, and also who are otherwise engaged. And thank you to Mexico, Ecuador, the United States, and those of the Dominican Republic and others that have helped us in a very immediate response to our call for help. Thank you, Chairman, and again, bravo on your brilliant leadership these last 3 months. Thank you, Luisa. The delegation of Canada has the floor.
The member states from the region who co-signed the Equal Rights Coalition statement issued last week in the context of the Summit for Democracy. And these are Argentina, Canada, obviously Chile, the United States, Mexico, and Uruguay. I would like to read the text of this statement. The document will also be submitted to the Secretariat and circulated to all member states. The text reads as follows. On the occasion of the Summit for Democracy, the undersigned members of the Equal Rights Coalition affirm that the revitalization of democracy within our own nations and around the world is essential to promoting and protecting human rights, especially for those most vulnerable, including lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and intersex persons. Threat to the rule of law, rising levels of inequality, authoritarianism, and corruption are eroding democracy in every region, with grave consequences for LGBTI persons, among others. Persistent criminalization of LGBTI status and ongoing violence and discrimination undermine the ability of LGBTI persons to fully participate in democratic and political processes. Members of this coalition affirm our interest to work together over the coming year to support and empower the participation of LGBTI persons in the full range of democratic processes, including elections, political campaigns, civil society advocacy and oversight, journalism and independent reporting, and political leadership. We also recognize certain members of the community such as lesbian and bisexual women, transgender and intersex individuals, and LGBTI persons who face multiple intersecting forms of discrimination may face particular challenges as they seek to participate in political processes. We pledge to identify and respond to these challenges in close collaboration with members of the LGBTI community. We reaffirm that open societies connect individuals to knowledge that they need to advocate and affirm their human rights. Democratic renewal is vital for progress on human rights and ensuring the fundamental freedom of all persons, no matter who they are or whom they love. Over the coming year and beyond, we commit to work together to promote democracy and create a world where all people are free and equal. End of text. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias. Tiene ahora la palabra la delegación del Uruguay.
Thank you very much. Uruguay has the floor. Well, thank you very much yet again, Chair. 2 points, just 2 points very quickly. I'm not going to launch into any metaphysical statements here. I thank you very much for the work you've been carrying it out. But let's not forget that we are still honored to have you as our fearless leader over the next couple of days. I know that if there's any issue that arises, you will rise to the occasion as you have done all along. Bravo to you for your work, and I think congratulations are very much in order. You had to deal with the Assembly and a number of other hot button issues that have arisen in the meantime, so many, many thanks and a very sincere expression of gratitude. And one last request, if I may. In these last weeks of your tenure, you and the Secretariat that are flanking you would be good to let us know any news that you learn and that you would consider useful for us to learn with regard to the new variant. Again, bravo, and many, many thanks to you and to the extraordinary work you've carried out. Thank you very much. Before I close the meeting, says the chair, allow me on behalf of the mission of the Dominican Republic before the OAS, I thank each of you for your warm collaboration and great patience over this last quarter, as we have jointly and severally brought this chairmanship of the Dominican Republic to an end. I had hoped to lead us in a good position so that we can start the new year on a strong foot. Thank you for everything that you each have done to ensure that we have managed to be up to the mark over this last quarter, these last 3 months. I think these show that we can do it when we need to. When we need to organize, when we need to really make the extra effort, we can do so. However complex, however daunting the task in coming up with the right agendas or with any other difficulty. But I think this will, I hope, lay the groundwork for us to do the same. I personally am deeply honored for the opportunity to serve you and for your kindness in expressing your appreciation for my efforts. Thanks again to each of you, and thanks very much for the titanic effort that the Secretariat has not ceased to offer us in meeting all of the unexpected requirements of so many sessions. I would have so liked to have been able to congratulate everyone who has made this possible, but all of you well know that everything we've done since September to the present date hinges greatly on what the Secretariat makes available. So again, to each of you, many, many thanks, and there not being any further requests for the floor, this meeting is well and truly adjourned with best wishes to you for the holidays. Thank you, Fernando. Thank you. There are warm greetings expressed right and left. The meeting stands adjourned.